Yes, it is. That time. The Captain's Cast. On a Saturday. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Our continuing mission to explore strange fictional worlds. To seek out new nerd culture and civilizations. Mr. Producer! That will be... We can kill the music, Mr. Producer. I think we can. Yes, chat, my dear sailors at Star Nuts, how I've missed you. We have much to discuss. We have, I have a newfound appreciation for the Sonic Trilogy and the upcoming threequel. That's what we call it now. We call it a threequel. It's so dumb. I hate that term. Threequel. But the upcoming threequel, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, I had not seen them. But you, my dear chat, it was a sweet prince across the pond, Starfiere, who had requested that the captain review the Sonic 3 trailer, even though I had never seen it. Cough button. That was a forceful one. You're grateful I hit that. And I had not seen it. So I decided to watch the first two Sonic films, and I'm trying to play it close to the vest, but you can see I have a smile on my face, and I'm like, I have to admit, these movies, they're kind of kids' movies, and they're a bit silly at times. But they happen to be pretty damn happy-inducing. That's the only thing I can tell you. They're kind of happy-inducing. I have seen Transformers 1. And as you know, if you've been following this channel for any length of time, I loathed the trailer for that movie. I loathed it. And, but then, some of you, Wrangler out there. In fact, Wrangler even coming in hot with $4.20. A $4.20 super chat. Why, thank you, Wrangler. You're too kind, sir. And he suggested that Transformers 1 is, it might be good. It might be a good film. So I checked that out too. And I have complex thoughts about it. So we'll talk about Transformers 1. And this might be a long one, folks. So buckle in. This could be a long stream because I have Ubisoft just catastrophe. This is the story of a just Shakespearean fall. And that is the ultimate study in Get Woke, Go Broke. So we'll talk about that. You have been suggesting things in the Discord for the captain to review. I have, Mr. Producer, a brief... What else is in this? Mr. Producer's in the doghouse because he got the time wrong in the Discord. But we won't talk about that. Oh, yes. Oh, I forgot the Acolyte Shills. The Acolyte Shills are out there. They're still salty about the Acolyte. The Acolyte. Joker Folie is a total fail. It is a total catastrophe. It has completely cratered. Well, gee. Would you spit in the eye of the very premise that your audience came to see? Small wonder. You want to know a movie, or two movies, really, that deliver on the promise of the premise? Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog delivers on the promise of the premise in a big way, and that's why those films are successful. John Wick delivers on the promise of the premise. Furiosa actually delivers on the promise of the premise. It's not hard, folks. It's not hard. Do you know why it's not difficult to deliver on the promise of the premise if you are a filmmaker, writer, director? It's not difficult because you created the premise. That's why it's not difficult, because you are the creative force behind the project. It was your idea in the first place. Even if you're working with someone else's franchise, in theory, right? Todd Phillips was the guy who's like, I want to write and direct a film about this character from the Batman comics. It was your premise. That's why it's not difficult to deliver on the promise of the premise. Because it's your premise. But, you see, we're just dealing with people that have what I like to call creative impotence. It's a very indelicate condition. It's very embarrassing, and it is certainly not a disease from which your dear captain suffers. No, not at all. No one here suffers from that problem. Who do we have in the chat? Starfury is in the chat and says, did I miss a memo? Is it permanently Saturdays now? And I think it a good time to do a little housekeeping. So now StreamYard. What? Mr. Producer, why are you putting the StreamYard tutorial on the screen? No, I did not. I did not click that. You did not give me command of the... How does it work? If a left click or right click. You know what? We'll put a pin in it and we'll discuss it later. Anyway, what I was saying is the captain now has semi-regular obligations on the weekends. And so as a result, I cannot commit to doing Sunday every week. However, next week it will be Sunday, the Captain's Cast, at the same time. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, which is 3 p.m. Central and 2 p.m. Mountain. And for you, Staff Yeti, convert it to kilometers or whatever it is you do over there. Thank you for being here. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X. Just X. I don't need to do the formerly Twitter anymore. X. Yeah, Elon, you've earned it. So for the rest of the month, it's going to be kind of like just keep an eye on the Discord, keep an eye on the channel. I know that's a lot to ask, but make sure you've hit that like and subscribe and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified. I will try and keep it a consistent time, Saturday or Sunday, for the remainder of this month. Hopefully, next month I'll be able to lock in that Sunday time again. So Saturday or Sunday. Next week, it is Sunday. Captain's Cast will be Sunday next week. I'm pretty sure. Mr. Producer, was it? Well, do your research. I have to be prepared. It is so difficult. It is so difficult to get good help on an unpaid temporary internship basis. Why is it so difficult? Star Fury says, I was being facetious. I do not mind whether Saturday or Sunday. I'm here for the dissection of the current entertainment landscape and the lively banter, and made more lively by you, dear Star Fury, and the rest of my beloved sailors and starnauts. Star Fury says, and of course, my never-ending attempts to get you to spit out your drink from your sippy cup. Well, Star Fury, that is impossible, sir, because I don't have a sippy cup from which to spit. Wrangler says, haha. Thank you, Wrangler. Take your post. Star Fury says, I think the captain needs the lithium and the straight jacket. No, I don't. What would make you say that, Star Fury?
And here we go. And here we go.
Oh, jeez. I tried to get the loop turned off before. It was like, dang it. Oh, I didn't get there fast enough. Or rather, Mr. Producer didn't. I was feeling sickly. I had viral plague last weekend. It was pathetic. My voice was all shot to hell. I was like Phoebe in that episode of Friends where she's got the sick singer's voice, and everyone thinks it's hot, except you didn't think that was hot, my dear chat. Star Fury, wait, what is this? You're saying stop talking to your imaginary friend? What? What do you mean? What makes you think he's imaginary, Star Fury? I have a producer. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I have a producer. And Mr. Producer is simply a term of anonymity so that I don't dox him or her. I'm not even telling you. It absolutely a real person. Yes, it's sweat equity basis. So I am talking to a real person. I'm talking to you, Star Fury. Transformers 1. Should we just dive into it? So I watched it. I watched Transformers 1. Now, it needs to be said that the trailer to Transformers 1 is one of the cringiest things I've ever seen. It was loud. It was obnoxious. It was a lot of meta humor. And that's really what bothered me about it. What I will say is that those elements of the trailer which bothered me in the trailer were present to some extent in the film and bothered me in the film. I think we have a kind of problem with I couldn't quite put my finger on it, you know. I was trying to figure out, like, what is it about the style of, shall we say, hero's adventure, hero's journey in the modern universe of fiction. Like what is it in modern filmmaking, really? Whenever we have an adventure tale about a hero who's earning his stripes, or her stripes, as the case may be, what is it about the style of that bothers me lately? And here's what I think it is. I really dislike this trope of characters that are super awkward, super loud, constantly running their mouth and being obnoxious, but not just running their mouth and being obnoxious. Like Tony Stark runs his mouth, but he says funny and intelligent things, right? Even when he's joking around and being an ass, he's funny and he's interesting and he's intelligent. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about running her mouth like an awkward idiot who has nothing intelligent to say all the time and acting like a zany, crazy person all the time. Juxtaposed with learning to be a hero by being constantly affirmed. Like, that was great what you did. I'm not really a hero. Yes, you are. Only a hero would have done what you did. And this is very, very ever present with the girl boss trope, right? The girl boss, the Mary Sue, this is very typical. You're so stunning, you're so brave. But what's interesting is it is occurring also with male figures as well, because Optimus in this film basically doubts himself a lot. He's a bold character with some daring do, but he doubts himself a lot in the film. And I find myself thinking this is not the character that later becomes Optimus Prime. Now, I get it. It's an origin story. He's supposed to be, like, I guess, the equivalent of a teenager. It's hard to tell since they're robots. Don't come at me with pitchforks, Transformers fans. I admit, full disclosure, I'm not like the ultimate Transformers fan, okay? But I'm Transformers fan adjacent. Can we just accept that as read? But, you know, so this does not strike me as the character in the beginning of the film, because he's kind of a, well, for one thing, he has absolutely no military background whatsoever as a character. He's not in any kind of military organization. He's not in any kind of law enforcement organization. His parents, do Cybertronians have parents? I'm not exactly sure about that, which is another kind of issue I have with the lore of this world. But it's not all bad news, folks. I'm getting the bad news out of the way first, okay? So just stick with me on this. But, like, there's no sense of how this is going to become, like, he's a combat commander in the main story, right? In the main lore of Transformers, Optimus is a general. He's a general. He commands troops in battle. Okay, so I'm just watching this, and I'm thinking, well, this is kind of a whack. You know what he's like, actually? There's a very good character comparison here. Optimus in this story, at the beginning, is a lot like Jan in the film Gran Turismo. If you've seen Gran Turismo, which is based on a true story, and it's about Gran Turismo, about a kid who plays racing simulators all day, and his dad disapproves of it because, you know, what a waste of your life, and he gets entered into this competition, and his dream is to become an actual race car driver, and he gets his big chance, right? It's a great film, by the way. It's excellent. And that character is closer to me to what Optimus is. So in other words, Optimus in this, yeah, could he one day become like a great athlete or some kind of rock star that, that is rich and famous and everything? I feel like that's a journey I could see for this character. But going from a blue-collar miner who dreams of being a racer, who runs his mouth a lot and is kind of an idiot, let's face it, is someday going to be this great legendary, like Maximus Decimus Meridius, leader of men, or robots, as the case may be. Transformers. Get the nomenclature correct. No, I don't feel that. And so what happens in the film is he largely is kind of awkward. He's kind of dismissed by everybody. And there are several points in the movie where he thinks he screwed everything up and he doesn't believe in himself. And another character has to tell him that he's really awesome and he's really special and that he should believe in himself, and throws in a few insults, but also says, like, no, you really are a leader, and then starts coaching him on how to be a leader. And what I noticed is that this is not reminiscent of like an actual like military character's journey to becoming a great commander, in my view. Now, to be fair, it is kind of a kid's movie, and so I'm taking that into account. It is kind of a kid's movie, and it's not meant to be taken quite that seriously. And to be fair, the Transformers shows and movies, I don't feel were like trying to, depict like a super grounded military story. Okay, and that's fair. That's totally fair. I guess I just think that there was a different way of getting at characters that were great leaders, even in cartoons, like He-Man, the Ghostbusters back in the day, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Splinter in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Would I need to see Splinter as an idiot child character that doesn't know what the hell he's doing? I don't think I would want to see that. I like the fact that Splinter's backstory is that he was raised by this wise samurai, and he learned all of his samurai ways, and he taught that, or ninja, I should say. Scratch that, ninja. Teenage Mutant Ninja Soldiers. He learned all these ninja ways from his wise ninja sensei, and then he passed that wisdom and training on to his teenage sons, who had a lot of learning to do. And he taught Leonardo how to be a leader and this sort of thing. And that was about what you're competent at, what you do. It was about learning wisdom, right? That's the point. Learning tough lessons and getting better. That's what becoming a hero used to be in a traditional style of storytelling. I feel that in modern storytelling, being a hero is about being an awkward, idiot who doesn't believe in yourself and finally getting people to affirm you for being someone who should believe in himself, and finally believe you can be a leader. And it's like, being a leader, I actually feel the Sonic movies are better at this. I feel like the Sonic movies are way better at this. Being a leader isn't about you. And Sonic learns this lesson in the Sonic movies, which I quite like, which is being a leader is not about you. Being a leader, or a hero in the case of Sonic, is about taking responsibility for other people. Right? And I feel that the way that lesson is learned is not through affirmation and feeling good about yourself. In a way, I would consider it sort of toxic positivity, and it bugs me. It bugs me a lot. Second problem with this film is a lot of the characters sound exactly the same to me. They're all loud. Oh my God, we gotta go. Oh, we don't know how to transform. Blah, blah, blah. They're running their mouths all the time. Worst of all being the nascent Bumblebee. I hate to report to you, this character is insane and annoying as hell. But the weird thing is all the characters are kind of like that, except Megatron, actually. And I kind of liked that. Megatron's the only guy that's a little stoic once in a while. And so they're all running their mouths all the time. And I'm like, now that's not... The problem with that is it's like if every Guardian of the Galaxy was like Star-Lord. That's the problem with it. Every single character in Guardians of the Galaxy is another Peter Quill, right? That would be annoying. And that's what I feel like is kind of part of the problem with Transformers 1. They all sound the same to me. But that being said, despite those flaws, it actually tells, I think, a basically pretty good hero story. And I think they're trying to squish a little too much into this first film. They're trying to squish a lot in there because they went all the way to, I guess, I guess this would be a spoiler. So all I will say is they wanted the full journey for both Megatron and Optimus in this movie, and I feel like they should have stopped a little short of it. I feel like they should have stopped a little short of that full journey. Because there's a lot in the eventual outcome of the story. The main antagonist, it's pretty obvious from the beginning who the main antagonist is going to be. I pretty much figured that out right away. But the main antagonist, that at first is the antagonist that Optimus and Megatron both share, turns out to provide a pretty good superhero and supervillain origin story for those two characters. And I did think there was a lot of strong beats in the friendship arc of Megatron and Optimus. I thought that their sort of journey to falling out was mostly pretty good. And I have to admit, there's a couple of payoffs in this film with both Megatron and Optimus that really surprised me in how good they were. Like really good. I have to say, the final act of the film is pretty good in Transformers 1. It's actually the first act of the film I don't like, which is rare. Usually it's like the first act is pretty good and then it goes off the rails. It's kind of the opposite. I felt like the first act of this movie was off the rails and there was a lot of weird plot convenience. But by the end of the film, once it actually gets to the battle with the main antagonist and then Optimus and Megatron kind of starting to have friction and how all of that plays out, and there's even a great payoff at the end with a sacrifice that Optimus makes and a kind of revelation of his destiny. Like, that was all really good and kind of saved the movie for me because it was working its way to being a stinker up until that point. So I guess what I'm saying is Transformers 1, not as bad as the trailer, but everything that was bad about the trailer is what I disliked about this movie. And I just feel that it's possible to have characters that are funny and run their mouth, and it's also possible to have characters that are teenagers or young people that are smart and thoughtful and quiet, or characters that are kind of nerdy and aloof, or characters that are popular. Like take the Stephen King novel It, for example. Every single one of those kids in It is different. Every single one of them. One of them is the loudmouth who's always got a snarky joke, and that's his thing. And then Bill is kind of the leader, and he's stoic and thoughtful, and he doesn't run his mouth all the time. And then you've got another kid in there who's kind of afraid all the time. So my point is, I notice this a lot in modern, especially like kids, like things aimed at kids, basically, is all these characters, they're loud, they're snarky, they never shut up, and they're awkward. They're always socially awkward. And the problem with that is it makes all the characters sound the same. There should be one character who's like that and another character who's not like that. In other words, creating foils. And that's important. But that being said, Transformers 1, I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10. I'm going to give Transformers 1 a 6 out of 10, a mild recommendation on the part of the captain. I will say the visuals are pretty spectacular. The visuals and the action set pieces are a lot of fun. And I will say that the world of Cybertron is a pretty cool character in the film as well. I actually think this might be my favorite depiction of Cybertron I've ever seen. They depict it with there's a kind of evolutionary story that it seems to have. There is another baddie in this film. What are they? The Quizatrons or the Quizalons? What the hell are they called? I swear to God, I'm watching the movie and I'm like, what did he say? I cannot get myself to remember this name. There's something really weird about it. What the heck were they? Somebody in the chat, tell me they were like the Quizatons or something. I don't know what the hell they're called. Anyway, the Quinrisons, the Wrangler has it. The Quinrisons. That's a weird word. I don't know. Oh, the quintessons. That's it. Thank you, Foreigner Belt. That's it. That's what it is. The quintessons. Okay, yeah. Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you. The quintessons are... Now, they were rad. Full-blown rad. And I'm like, that's a cool alien species, and I'm really intrigued, because there's a lot going on in Transformers 1. There's a lot going on. That's part... That is kind of a flaw of the film. I think there's a little too... This basically is a Golden Fleece story. That's basically what Transformers 1 is. The problem is the fleece, that is the primal prize that they're after, keeps switching all the time throughout the course of the film. So at first it's, we just want to prove ourselves and be Transformers and win a race. And then that turns into, we want to prove ourselves to the hero of this world, which then turns into, we want to stop the bad guy, which then turns into, I have to stop someone else. And it just keeps morphing. And it's partly because the movie's a little unfocused on what the goal of the characters is. They kind of get, there's a lot of and then this happened stuff going on in this film, which is not helpful. But it actually pulls together in the third act, which is kind of unusual. It's kind of unusual with a film like this. But anyway, I really liked the quintessons, even though I can now pronounce their names. I have leveled up. Quintessons were cool. What else? I think it's the visuals were cool. The ecosystem of Cybertron I really liked. The city that they're in was pretty neat. I think one of the problems with the Transformers in terms of lore is it's a little difficult for me to figure out what their lives actually are. You know, in the world of the film, they're miners and they long for more, and that makes sense. But like what is their what are their lives? You know, like I don't have a sense of like, do they have parents? Do they have families? I don't know. So future efforts might want to explore that. But I will say this is a film with heart, and it is a film with a mostly positive moral message, and there are some damn good payoffs, especially regarding Optimus and Megatron, that were sorely needed, and they were delivered. AKA the promise of the premise, signed, sealed, delivered. So, a hat tip to Transformers 1. It was not the trash fire I predicted it would be. You see, the captain is nothing if not magnanimous. When I am wrong, rarely. On the rare occasion that I'm wrong, I will admit it. And so, there you have it. To you, chat. To you, my dear sailors and starnauts, once more unto the breach. Mr. Producer is not in the Mirror Wrangler. He's a real person. No, Starfury, those are not his pronouns. Starfury says, definitely needs to be upgraded from the lithium to clozapine. I did consume large quantities of Sudafed last week, and I might still be coming down. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says, I'm here in silence, deep in research. Very good. A historical man. Captain respects it. Wrangler says, research well, Redoubt. Research well. And my lips are still out of sync. Why? Dang it. I did work on my computer to try and fix this. Something... God... It must be StreamYards. That's the only thing I could think is StreamYards does this. I don't know how to fix it. I'll work on it. I will work on it. Starfury says, how dare you use toxic S word? Stoicism. Yeah, how can I put this? I just feel that a character who is destined to become a great leader, could absolutely come from humble beginnings, civilian I mean, even Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the Felix Legions, starts out as a farmer in his life, and he becomes a soldier. But there just is a slight... They seem to kind of jump a missing piece in Transformers 1 from Optimus, the idiot, teenage miner, I'm presuming. I'm just guessing based on how they behave, to, leader of Transformers. And there's something missing there. I don't know what it is. Universal is in the chat. Says, hello. My first day chatting on YouTube. An auspicious day. Universal. An auspicious day. I had to start a channel. Having trouble with customizing. YouTube won't save anything. It is tiring. Well, as you can see, the fact that my lips are out of sync and I have not yet been able to solve this issue suggests that I am not the best person for tech issues. However, my recommendation is to back up your own content. And usually YouTube does automatically save your streams, but like you could multi-stream to Rumble, and Rumble saves your stuff, and you could download it later. StreamYard, I don't know if it's StreamYard that's causing the sync issue, but it does back up your content, which is nice. What else do we have? Skunk's Workshop is in the chat and says 6 out of 10 isn't too bad. I like it. That for Transformers 1. Did you like Transformers 1, Skunks? Let me know. Yeah, 6 out of 10. That might be a bit harsh. Is that too harsh of the captain? I don't know. I think it might be generous, actually. I think I might be going easy on it, to be fair. It's that third act. The third act bailed it out a little. Definitely. And I sense it's kind of a kid's movie, and so I'm handicapping it just a little for that. So, you know, never let it be said the captain is not a man of compassion. The Foreigner Belt says the Quintessons created the Autobots to be maintenance and labor robots and the Decepticons to be guards and soldiers. Eventually they went to war with each other. Fascinating. That's not the lore that's in this movie, though. So this if that's like from the originals, then they're rewriting the lore a little bit in Transformers 1. Unless there's something I missed. Or unless the characters don't yet know something. But it seemed pretty comprehensive. Like, it seemed pretty comprehensive in the film, the backstory to Cybertron and all that stuff. But, you know, could be an unreliable narrator. It's always possible. Starfury says, I watched a couple of DS9 Season 4 episodes. Oh, you're just blowing through that. The Way of the Warrior and The Visitor now. Quality TV for you. Yes. Season 4 is when it's getting really good. That's when it's getting really good. When does the episode Rapture happen? I think that's Season 5, if I'm not mistaken. Because it's during the negotiations to bring Bajor into the Federation, and Cisco gets a vision, and he torpedoes the entire thing. He basically says, Bajor must not join the Federation. You can't just leave her here. Ah! Avery Brooks is so great. He has such passion in his voice. He's a great Star Trek captain, Avery Brooks is. Skunk's Workshop says, howdy, Ethan. Wrangler says the movie matured with the characters. I would say so. I just am not fond of the social awkwardness factor. I just feel I just don't think it's funny. I don't think it's funny, and it's not that endearing. I really disliked what they did with Bumblebee. It was so obnoxious. He's constantly running his mouth all the time, and I just... So, I feel there's another way to get at it. I guess I think kids aren't necessarily that dumb. But I guess I'm probably wrong about that. Kids are stupid. They are stupid. Oh, that was that episode, Starfury. Old Jake in The Visitor was awesome. Yes, I remember that. That was a cool episode. 100%. That was a great episode. Wrangler says the Quintessons created the Cybertronians in the original version from the 80s. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I mean, I think that there's room for that lore to be introduced in future entries, and I definitely think, based on what I saw here, there's probably going to be future entries. Universal says, I am a novice. The goal is to do videos in the future, but I have never made or edited a video. What equipment do you use? Suggestion for a camera. Mic. The mic you are using has very good sound. Oh, well, thank you, Universal. I don't know that you need a mic of this high quality, because I didn't know what I was doing when I got it either. But it's basically just the standard Shure microphone, and it's like a $600 microphone. So if you go to like Guitar City, for example, you can get good advice on stuff like that. I had kind of a audio nerd. That's what he does. He like makes music and stuff like that. He's, he gave me all kind. You got to get this, you got to get that, you got to get all. And I wound up spending a bunch of money, and I didn't have to spend quite that much money. But they do say audio is the best thing. Like, that's the most important thing. So, yeah. So I have that, and I got like there's some cool lighting kits you can get on Amazon that are nice. Definitely get a ring light. I recommend that. And so a Shure microphone. And I think I have the Scarlett monitor. Yeah, the Focusrite. Get Focusrite. And a cloud lifter. But if you go into like a Guitar City and ask like what you should get, they'll tell you all that stuff. They're usually pretty smart about that stuff. What else do I do? My camera is a Logitech. It's a Logitech camera. And it's called Mevo. It's a Mevo camera. I don't know that it's actually the best for this, because it's sort of designed as a wireless camera if you're out on the go and doing stuff like out in the wild with your iPhone or whatever, because it's kind of designed to sync to a phone. However, it has great visual quality. So in any case, a few pointers. But mostly what I do is whenever I am watching a YouTuber I enjoy and they start talking about what they do, I start taking notes. I literally have notes from Mahler, Nerdrotic, Disparu, just when they start giving advice based on a super chat or whatever, which, by the way, includes things like, I remember once Gary at Nerdrotic, before I started this channel, was giving advice on this. And one of the things he said was, never betray the message of your channel. And never disrespect your audience. And I was like, and I wrote that down. I was like, wrote that down. Like, never betray the message of your channel. Not that I would, but it just struck me as such a powerful, like, principle that, I wrote it down anyway. So that's, and if you know techie people in your life, go reach out to them. If you know people who know audio equipment or visual equipment, go pick their brain. That would be my advice. So there you go. But I'm still learning too, Universal. I'm still learning. I like your background. Is that a big poster? Is this a fishing expedition? Are you trying to... No, that is an actual view out the window of the starship. That is the great beyond. That is space. Space, the final frontier. You could reach 1,000 miles and never touch one of those stars. A good magician doesn't give up all of his tricks now, does he? Yeah, it's a... The Foreigner Belt says it happens sometimes. People go soft or switch sides. They do. They do. I think that the risk is... It's a strange... I'll fully admit it. It is a strange knife edge to sort of balance between being authentic and being yourself, and also like mastering yourself and not and understanding that you're trying to create something not just for yourself but for an audience. And I think that's something that always motivates me as a writer, writing fiction, but also doing this. It's like I want to create an experience that is enjoyed by an audience, but I also have to be true to myself as a member of the same audience. I'm an audience to my novels. I write novels that I would want to read, and they're pretty damn good. I won't deny it. They're pretty awesome. In fact, Mr. Producer, why don't we just, if you are enjoying the content, like and subscribe, and you might consider checking out my own work. This video is sponsored by the High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodandoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. And now, back to me. Yes, that's Blood and Oak. 2 novels in the series. The second one is Wolves Will Eat, and it's even better than the first one. So make sure you get it. And I'm working on my next project, which is a science fiction story in the vein of Star Trek. It is in the vein of Mass Effect. It's called Galaxy-Born. Galaxy-Born. In fact, I have Mr. Producer, if you would so. I'm sure I should have prepared. I should have prepared for this. Let me see if I can just find it with a quick search. I could probably... There it is. There it is. I think I got it. Sweet. Well, that's the book cover. There it is. I got it. Images. I'm so organized that I can't find anything. I'm so organized, I can never find anything when I need it. Because I have thousands, I have like files within files within files. And then when I want to find something, I can't find it. I think that would probably be... Sure, this will have to do. Yes, this will have to do. Yeah, there it is. Present. Share screen. There it is. There's the title art, Galaxy-Born. So that one I am working on, and it will be a military science fiction adventure in the future. It is a futuristic story. That doesn't mean set in the future. It means it imagines our future. It imagines our future. So that's why I say it's not similar to Star Wars in that way, whereas Star Wars is kind of like a fantasy. This is meant to be us looking forward, right? So there you go. So my point is, like, when I'm working on stuff like that, I am balancing what the audience needs with what I need as a creative. And that's not easy. And it's part of the reason that you see a lot of these, you know, unprofessional Hollywood types, like Rachel Zegler, for example. If I have to stand in this dress, because to them, what they do, their work is all about them and their identity. And they're not really interested in what the audience thinks, right? But you can't listen to all criticism. I mean, you listen to it, but you can't take on board all criticism because there's always going to be somebody who thinks you stink. Right? So you've got to be able to sail that course. And it's not easy. And Wrangler dropping links to Wolves Will Eat and Blood and Oak in the chat. I appreciate that, Wrangler. Why, thank you, dear sir. Now let's talk a little bit about Sonic the Hedgehog. Because... Cough button. I had not seen these movies, and that's... I mean, I remember playing the Sega games years ago, which those games are incredibly fun. And watching these movies made me want to play these games. I was like, I want to play. So, you know, a lot of kids had Nintendos when I was a kid. Nintendos or Super Nintendos. But like when kids had a Sega, that was like having HBO at your house. It was like if you had HBO and or a Sega, you were just loaded. Your parents were just filthy rich and they spoiled you rotten. That's what that meant. It was such a status symbol to have a Sega Genesis back in those days. And so I didn't get to play it very often. But when I got to play it, I loved it. I loved it. It was almost a competitor for Mario. Which is saying something. Because Mario was like the best thing ever. And still is one of the best things ever. But I don't know, like, the lore. I kind of know the characters. Like, I know Sonic and Tails and Dr. Robotnik. But I had not seen these movies because I guess I figured, you know, you have this cartoon character, Sonic, in the real world. And it always seemed odd to me. And so I just never watched it. But then, you, my dear chat, were talking about it last a couple of weeks ago, wanted me to watch the Sonic 3 trailer. It was pretty good, but I hadn't seen the previous entries, so I didn't know exactly what to think. And I said, well, I need to go and watch these films. And so, last couple of days, I watched the first 2 Sonic films. And I've got to tell you, although they're definitely a little bit on the kids' movie side, and they definitely are a little silly at times. For example, there's a bar fight in the first one, and in the second one, let's face it, that would never happen. Like, that's not a thing. That's not something that would happen. But at the same time, also a lot of fun. Those issues notwithstanding, these are pretty happy-inducing films. They really are. They're actually pretty damn fun movies. And they're pretty well written. And I gotta tell you something. Jim Carrey as Dr. Robotnik is so good. He is so good. It's funny because he plays a zany character, which at this moment in time is actually a little bit cliche. Hear me on this. The character of the maniacal, like, meta joke villain is actually very cliche. And that has a lot to do with the MCU, right? That has a lot to do with modern humor. And what's funny about Jim Carrey in this movie is he's both a cliche and original at the same time. He has lines in this that are just, they come so out of left field. I know he ad-libbed them. I know that's not what was in the script. He totally ad-libbed that. And just cracks me up all the time. So, the guy is a genius. Jim Carrey is just a comedy genius. And he's been kind of out of movies. He was huge when I was a kid. When I was a kid, Jim Carrey was in everything. I loved the Ace Ventura movies. I loved Dumb and Dumber. Me, Myself, and Irene. He was in all of these movies back then. And then he went through a phase where he was doing a bunch of dramatic roles, and he's great at those too. But he just seemed to kind of refuse to be a comedy actor for a while. To see him come back after all these years and be, like, both intimidating as Dr. Robotnik, because that's the key. He's not just a wacky idiot. Like, he's smart, and he's clever, and he is a threat to Sonic, which is what he should be. Dr. Robotnik should be a threat. A threat to Sonic and the world at large. But he's also funny, which, like the Joker, that's what you need for a good Joker. You need a Joker that's hilarious, that's funny, but is also intimidating and terrifying and unpredictable. You need all those things. So Jim Carrey absolutely kills it in both of these movies. He's so good. I gotta tell you something else really interesting. I gotta tell you, so the basic premise of the movies is actually pretty clever. It's that Sonic is just an alien. He's an alien from another world. He comes to Earth in order to survive, and he's all alone. But he's sort of a voyeur, observing this small town in Montana, inhabited by what will eventually become his family. Let me grab the IMDb on this. Yeah, that's right. He's got so James Marsden plays Tom, who is a local town sheriff in Montana. And there's been all these, like, Sasquatch kind of sightings, but they're of Sonic. And so there's conspiracy theories that there's this blue hedgehog out there somewhere. And now this is a really good save the cat, by the way. It's actually a save the turtle moment. Because Sonic loves messing with people because he kind of wants people to see him, but he can't really get caught. And so he's racing around the road, and he's letting the local town sheriff, Tom, catch him on his radar, and he's going 300 miles an hour, whatever it is, which is funny. But then at one point, he sees a turtle, right? Because he's a speedster like the Flash, so he can see everything happening in slow motion. He sees a turtle about to get run over by a car, and he goes out of his way to save the turtle, right? I was like, see, I like this guy. I like this guy. Sonic is immediately likable, right? Because he's a kid, and he's alone, and he's lonely, which is another kind of save the cat element of his character, is you feel bad for him, because he misses being with people. He wants to be around people. That's all he wants. And he wants to, play baseball and stuff like that. And eventually he gets found out, the government comes after him, and Tom becomes his friend. And later, essentially his adoptive father. Tom and his wife become his adoptive father. And in the second film, there is a really strong family element, which is beautiful, and I really love that. But in the first film, it's very much a kind of it's a bit of a buddy movie. I would classify both of these films as really they're really superhero films, but the first film is kind of a buddy love story with Sonic and Tom, and the second film is, I would say, probably a Golden Fleece story, actually, because they're in pursuit of the emerald, the magic emerald that can grant anyone's desires. So they tell a really good, simple tale. They have, and one of the things I mentioned is they pay off the promise of the premise, these movies, because we came to see Sonic be a fun, delightful, heroic speedster, a little speed demon who's going around, causing mischief, but when it's time to fight the bad guy, he fights the bad guy, and he does it with Sonic style. And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that these movies revel. They revel in what they are. They are movies about this character. And Jim Carrey, he just tears it up as Dr. Robotnik. He just chews up the scenery, and he totally... And this is the thing. The humor with these... Because there's a lot of humor in these movies. But unlike the modern MCU, it's not the kind of undermining humor, right? The kind of humor that's making fun of the characters and in a meta way. So it's like, oh yeah, we know how stupid it is that a cartoon hedgehog is in this. Don't worry, audience. We know that's stupid. And that only nerds enjoy that sort of thing, which is what this joke is meant to make fun of. There's none of that. Jim Carrey is not making fun of the fact that he's playing a cartoonish megalomaniacal genius. He never, looks at the camera, so to speak, and makes fun of that. He just embodies it. He just embodies that is what he is. He goes full tilt. I get the feeling he holds nothing back in this performance. Nothing. He leaves it all on the floor. It's fantastic. He's like full Ace Ventura. But as this character of Robotnik, he's not playing another Jim Carrey character. He's playing this character. And he does it really well. He does it really well. It just pops off the screen. The visuals of a cartoon hedgehog, when it's taken seriously in the film, works really well. It's kind of amazing. Because think about this. Think about this. You've got the live-action James Marsden, who is interacting with this fictional blue hedgehog, who is a cartoon character as he appears on screen. But the character of Tom is not acknowledging this. He's not winking at the camera. He's not making stupid meta jokes about it. He's taking it seriously as though he's encountered an alien and he's become friends with an alien. He's taking it seriously. And then in the second film, he treats Sonic as a son, and the character takes that seriously. All of the humor comes from the personalities of the characters. That is, Sonic is a kid who gets into trouble and lies about the fact that he's creating he's having a party at home while dad's out of the house, and he lies about it on FaceTime, and that creates the humor, right? But it's not meta humor that's winking at the camera and apologizing for how stupid this movie is, such as in the case of the MCU. Or the Halo show, or the new Star Wars, or a lot of the Disney Star Wars crap, it must be said. So I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that it pays off the promise of the premise. It's a lot of fun. It makes me kind of happy to watch it. I was watching, I don't know why. I'm not into I'm not into serious gore in horror movies. So I've never watched the Terrifier movies, which Chris Gore loves the Terrifier movies. Well, that tracks. But I've never watched them because they're notoriously extremely savage with the gore. This third one is crushing it at the box office, I guess, and it's just blowing up like crazy. Curiosity got the better of me, and I start watching the first Terrifier movie, and I'm like, oh my god, this is awful. This is so much. It's so bad. So I go back to watch, and it was kind of sitting in my soul, It's like, man, this is a heavy one. So then I go and watch Sonic, and I feel happy. I feel happy again. You want to know what what'd you say, Staffany? The chlorozepine or whatever? If you want to know what's wrong with the captain's mood, it's Sonic. This is all Sonic's doing. Blame him. You know, it's like Luffy in One Piece. I just get happy watching these characters. I just do. I can't help it. And then you got Tails and Knuckles. Although I hear the Knuckles show is terrible, so I haven't watched that. Now, I have to point something out about Sonic 2 that's super important to get, chat. Do you know my number one complaint of modern Disney Star Wars that you hear often on this channel is how lacking in imagination the galaxy far, far away has become, right? Because George Lucas famously was adamant that, you know, when I make a movie, I want to show you something new. I want you to see something you've never seen before in my movie. And you know something? George was right. George was right about this. You know, in the prequels, when you see Coruscant for the first time, it is new. An entire planet covered by a city. No one had ever seen that before. I hadn't when I saw The Phantom Menace. It was incredible. It was incredible. Then you see Attack of the Clones and you see Geonosis. You see more of Coruscant that you haven't seen before, such as the underbelly and the nightlife, which was cool. Then in Revenge of the Sith, you see Mustafar. You see like a dozen interesting planets in Revenge of the Sith. I loved the chase in the rings of the planet in Attack of the Clones when Jango Fett is chasing Obi-Wan in his starfighter. I love that. And he unveils this new weapon we've never seen in Star Wars before, which are those, what were they? Sonic mines or something that Jango Fett's dropping and they go boom. That was rad. I was having the time of my life when I saw that in the theater. That's right. I'm old enough that I saw all the prequels as an adult in the theater. Well, not the Phantom Menace. I was still a teenager when I saw that. But no, I saw all those films in the theater, and I was having the time of my life with that chase sequence because I had never seen any of those visuals before. But you look at Disney Star Wars, you want to know what the two, and there's only two, folks. There's only two in Disney Star Wars. Two settings in Disney Star Wars. Do you know what they are? Let's say them together. Desert Planet, which looks like Tatooine. Every single... Jakku? No, it's not Jakku. It's Tatooine. That's what it is. And then the second setting is Green Planet. That's the only way I can describe it. Basically, the Last Jedi planet that Luke is on, the Green Islands, that's like the setting where Chimera is in the Acolyte. And it's like the setting in, I guess, like, you know. Now, look, if this were Stargate SG-1, and it's on a small budget, and they've got 24 episodes a season, and they have to film in Canada because they need, a tax shelter, that's one thing. And every planet looks like, Battlestar Galactica suffered from this too. Every city was Vancouver, and every other planet they go to is Canada. It's just, the Vancouver area in Canada, right? But that's a TV show. Disney spends $180 million for 8 30-minute episodes of The Acolyte. And the best they can do is Desert Planet and Green Planet. It's pathetic, folks. Now, I bring that up because it even makes me think of Force Awakens. When Rey gets to that one, I never thought there was this much green in the galaxy. It's Green Planet, that's why. Congratulations, you've just encountered the second setting of Disney Star Wars, Green Planet. But anyway, now, I was watching Sonic 2, and it opens with Dr. Robotnik has been exiled because of the events of the first film. He's been exiled to Mushroom Planet. That's literally what it's called. I can't give it points for creativity on the name. But actually, it is kind of funny because the movie sort of knows this. It's a little tongue-in-cheek. And so the movie opens with Mushroom Planet, and but here's what's fascinating about it. So Dr. Robotnik has been exiled to a planet where there's literally all the life is fungi. It's all mushrooms. And it's sort of And they're kind of making fun of Castaway with Tom Hanks a little bit because he's alone. He's left for dead. How's he going to survive? Cough button. But Dr. Robotnik is a genius, and so he is engineering things like mushroom coffee. He's creating these Rube Goldberg machines that, like, build things for him. He's created some kind of a machine that runs on mushroom energy. It's fascinating. It's funny. It's funny, but also clever at the same time. And he's hatching a scheme for how he's going to get back to Earth and punish Sonic the Hedgehog for what he did. Well, I'm watching this, right? And I'm thinking, you know something? I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen anything like this Mushroom Planet. It's creative. It's fun to look at. Like, visually, it's very appealing. And as you see Robotnik moving through this mushroom planet, there's a sense that, like, there's rules to this world. Like, there's a story to this world. There's ways that it works, you know? There's an ecosystem that's evolved on this planet. It actually seems lifelike and real, okay? This did not occur to me until a few minutes into the movie. I'm watching this and watching it, and I suddenly realized that, like, it was actually that my mind had gone quiet, and I was just watching, right? Because when a movie sucks, my mind is racing, you know, with these kinds of thoughts, right? Evaluating thoughts. My mind is in evaluation mode when it sucks. When it doesn't suck, I'm just pulled in and I'm just watching, right? And I suddenly became aware that I wasn't questioning it. I suddenly became aware that I was in full suspension of disbelief. I was curious about this planet of mushrooms. I was wondering how Robotnik is surviving. You know, what's he eating on this planet? I was curious if there were creatures on this planet, and I was enjoying the concept of this planet. And I suddenly realized this movie, which is just introducing a temporary setting for one set piece of the film, and it's a movie about Sonic the Hedgehog, for just a 10-minute scene, they were able to create a planet that was more intriguing, more story-driven, more creative, and more visually appealing than anything Disney has been able to create in Star Wars in like 5 series with hundreds of millions of dollars. And I was like, wow, that's a revelation. That is a revelation to suddenly realize that in the middle of this. And I was like, look, it's not Green Planet. Hello, Leslie Headland. Hello, Dave Filoni. Hello, Jon Favreau. You need to go get, you know, I got to give proper attribution here. You need to go get Jeff Fowler, the director of Sonic the Hedgehog, all 3 films, I believe. You need to go get Pat Casey and Josh Miller, the writers of the film. You need to go get them to advise you on how to create an interesting alien world in the galaxy far, far away. I can't believe I have to give this advice to the absolute brainlets that are running Disney Star Wars Lucasfilm. It's just funny. It's just funny to me that Sonic is so much more creative. And it's just a mushroom planet. But it had a story to it, you know? That's why I like Pandora in the Avatar movies. I like Pandora in the Avatar movies because there's a sense of a story to this planet. There's reasons for all the wildlife that exists there. I think one of the number one curses of Star Wars for writers that don't understand the Star Wars universe, and I think J.J. Abrams very much fell prey to this in particular, because I read his interviews when he was developing Force Awakens, and he said things along these lines. They think of Star Wars as wacky and silly, and anything can happen in it. Oh, little puppet creatures and shit like that. And they think that that's what Star Wars is, right? And so it's a license for everything to be nonsense. It's a license for everything to be nonsense. But see, I think that George Lucas did not think of his world as nonsense. I think there was a reason why droids were invented. There was a reason why every droid looked the way it looked. There was a reason why Jabba the Hutt was a gangster running this desert planet. There was a reason why you farm moisture on Tatooine. You know, my point is there it may have looked silly, but that's only because it looked alien. That's the difference. The Star Wars bar in A New Hope, it's not that it's silly, it's that we think it's silly because we're humans and they are a bunch of strange creatures, right? And I think that modern Disney Star Wars writers confuse that concept with, oh, it's zany and wacky and nothing has to make sense. I'm going to tell you right now, the rules of One Piece, which is about one of the most bananas fantasy worlds I've ever seen, it still has more rules and consistency than Disney Star Wars does. Because it may look strange that the Marines are wearing, that the Admiral of the Marines is wearing like a dog ears, hat. But in this world, there's a reason, right? I think that's why Disney Star Wars sucks so bad, because they don't see that. They don't see that even though the world may appear bananas on the surface, it needs to make sense. And what I love about Sonic is that it makes sense. It makes sense the way this world works. So I'm going to say Sonic 1, I'm going to give that 8 out of 10. Sonic 2, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 for the Sonic films. I am now officially excited to see Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I love these movies. They're great. A little silly, yes. There's a couple of set pieces that are a bit like, I've had a little hard time going with that. Like the Siberian bar scene. Although ridiculous, it was kind of fun. I mean, I had the thought, like, what am I watching? But, like, Sonic doing a dance-off with a Siberian... a shirtless Siberian. I don't know what that was about, but it was fun. So there you go. Star Fury says, you've forgotten Planet 3. Ice Planet. Hoth, anyone? No. I'm not including Ice Planet. I have not seen... That's true. OSHA did land on Ice Planet. So you've got me there. but listen. This is the point, Star Fury. If George Lucas immediately had made like a fourth Star Wars film after Return of the Jedi, he wouldn't have just done another Hoth. He wouldn't have just done another ice planet. Even if it was a planet with ice on it, he would have done something different with it, right? And that's the difference between Lucas Star Wars and Disney Star Wars. Disney Star Wars just redoes, all they do is reference shit. Like I cannot... It was like the penny dropped when I watched one of the Grizzy shills, and he was reacting to Star Wars Outlaws, and he had posted on X this image of, a scene, a screenshot from the game, and he was like, this is beautiful. It's beautiful. And it was just like Tatooine. It was exactly what we've seen in every movie over and over and over. It's like, what? That nothing is ever new in Disney Star. Anyway. I just thought it was funny. Star Fury says, I saw the originals in theaters, so there, I'm fucking old. You are ancient, Star Fury. Ancient. I mean, I might as well. I am constantly referencing 90s movies now, and it's going over people's heads. Young people in their 20s. They don't know what I'm talking about. Freaking Matrix references go over their heads. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. I'm like, what? How do you not get that Neo reference? And they don't know. They're like, oh, I never watched The Matrix. What? But then I'm like, but people used to reference 70s movies when I was a kid, and I was like, I haven't seen that. Some of them I saw, like Alien. Of course I saw Alien, right? But that's just funny to me that, like, now I reference the film Face Off with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage, and, it's only the olds that know what I'm talking about now. It's depressing, Star Fury. It's depressing. They don't know the cultural references anymore. We're even getting to a point where, like, Breaking Bad references are even getting a little bit old now. Nobody even knows Breaking Bad, hardly. Because TV doesn't even work that way anymore. Which is depressing. Anyway, where were we? That's right, Skunks. Referring to Sonic the Hedgehog, the Blue Devil. They are great fun. Do you love these movies, Staff Fury? You were the one that got me onto Sonic because we had to watch the trailer. Skunk says, if I'm correct, stage 1 in Sonic and Knuckles is called Mushroom Zone. See, that's just the kind of lore that the captain is missing, because I don't recall. There's a lot I don't remember. Like, there are things I do remember from, like, I remember playing as Tails. I remember playing as Tails, and that was a lot of fun. I agree with you, Staff Fury. I like silly sometimes, too. And I'm not categorically opposed to silly. It has to make a little bit of sense, though. But no, actually, you know, the Sonic films are very well-constructed stories. They are. Wrangler says, coolest looking ice planet that I've seen in the movies was in the Chronicles of Riddick. That's interesting. I don't recall that. I think I watched the Chronicles of Riddick, but like one time years ago when it came out on DVD, if that tells you how long ago I've seen it. Staff here today says, the Matrix movies were a completely bad ripoff of Ghost in the Shell. And The Crow, and a lot of other movies, quite frankly, they're a ripoff of anime. You know, where is the line between ripoff and genre? I don't know, but I think anime fans were having a bit of a conniption, though, when the Matrix films were out, because, like, the creatives, the Wachowskis, they could not shut up about how much like anime they were, and all the anime fans were sort of over here just being like, hello, what have we been saying for years? You need to watch Dragon Ball Z, you need to watch, you know, Ghost in the Shell. Hello. And they're like, no, we're more interested in this Matrix thing that's like anime. Tell us more about that. All the normies just eating that shit up. Oh, that's so cool that Neo's moves are like anime. Shut up, normie. But I love The Matrix. The Matrix is a perfect superhero film. It is a perfect superhero film. It may be the superhero film, quite frankly. Now, we have more in the stack of stuff. I wanted to revisit, because now that I have seen the Sonic movies 1 and 2, I now have a reference to react. That's right. I'm going to react to the Sonic 3 trailer. Are you ready for this, my dear sailors and Star Knot? I just missed the... My sailors and Star Knots, prepare yourself. Wait, hang on. Mr. Producer. No, we're not ready for full screen yet. Yeah, I have to share the screen first. I did not raise my voice. All right, there we go. Roll tape.
Family.
Try to keep up.
And I know it hasn't always been easy, but you didn't change who you are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Dude, I'll tell you what. When Sonic calls Tom Dad in the second film, and Tom's like, "You're my son, Sonic." Oh, no. That got me right in the feels, man. That got me in the feels.
Or your heart.
By the way, this is another way in which Sonic pays off the promise of the premise. Sonic loves being Sonic. He loves being Sonic because being Sonic is awesome. It's awesome. You get to run super fast, you know? He loves it. It's great. There's something about characters that are taking joy in what they are that is, it's unusual in modern entertainment. It really is. God, I was thinking of something else along these lines. Well, yeah, like Superman, right? Superman, as portrayed in the original comics and as portrayed by Christopher Reeve, Superman loves being Superman. Superman is Superman because it's who he is. I just explained that. Like, come on. We have to be... Superman is unburdened by what has been and what is going to be. No. So when Metropolis is on fire and Superman has to get off the couch and go save Metropolis, it's no trouble. It's no trouble. He loves doing it. No thanks are necessary. Just like Batman. When Batman sees the bat signal, It's exactly what he told. Commissioner Gordon tells him, I never got to thank you. And you'll never have to. Because it's no trouble, folks. Batman loves being Batman. Sonic the Hedgehog loves being Sonic.
There's been a high-level security breach. And we need Team Sonic's immediate assistance. Project Shadow is far beyond anything we've ever encountered.
Shadow's story began a lot like your Sonic. But where you found family and friends, Shadow found only pain and loss.
All right, we got a rogue alien.
I gotta tell you, I am digging this way more. I'm digging this way more. Actually, after seeing the first two films. This is great. It's taking kind of a dark turn. There's more intensity. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this a lot more. By the way, I just cited, these are characters that love who they are, right? Starfleet captains. Love being Starfleet captains. Kirk, Picard. Pre-Kurtzman Trek, that is. Kirk, Picard, Sisko, Janeway, Archer. They love what they do. It's what they were born to do. They were born to it. Qui-Gon Jinn is going to train Anakin, the Chosen One, because it's no trouble, brah. I mean, yeah, it's kind of some trouble, but it's trouble he doesn't mind because he's Qui-Gon Jinn. He's a wise Jedi Master. It's the path he's chosen in life. It's what he's meant to do. And by contrast, you look at the character of Master Chief, played by Pablo Schreiber in the Halo show, a.k.a. Buttface. A man with a face shaped like a butt. Who mushes it over every scene. He hates being Master Chief. He hates Master Chief. The writers hate Master Chief in that show. Luke Skywalker in Return of the... What was it? The Last Jedi? The Last Jedi. Jake Skywalker drinking green titty milk. He hates being Luke Skywalker. How about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny? He hates being Indiana Jones. He hates being a disgusting grave robber, colonizer. That's what I'm talking about. That's the juxtaposition. Characters that hate what they are versus characters that love what they are. Doesn't mean that everything is... They're not always having a good time. Don't get it twisted. They still have villains to beat, worlds to save, trials to endure, mistakes that they will make, failings in themselves that they must confront, of course. But that doesn't change that they love what they are. And there is a place for the character that is a sort of self-hating character. That's sort of like the realm of, Pale Rider, the Old West Lone Ranger that's not fit for civilization. There is a place for that. I would argue the Mandalorian could sort of be that, maybe. Not necessarily, but maybe. But there must... It must be in its right place.
Alien on the loose. How do we find it?
Start with the giant fireball?
I love it. Let's start with a giant fireball.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
You're a colorful bunch.
We don't want to fight you.
Actually, Sonic, I would like to fight.
No, no! My turn. Can we just talk about this?
Wow, that means a lot more to me now that I've seen the first two films. That's helpful. That's very helpful. It's very helpful to have seen the first two films, because now I understand what a big deal that is, because Sonic is, he's pretty tough. He can do a lot. He's not like he's a little bit like Spider-Man, He's very plucky. He's got a lot of grit. He's got a lot of toughness. He's often an underdog, but he always finds a way to win. It's unusual to see him completely outclassed.
He's too powerful. Sonic! I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need you-know-who.
This is a bad idea.
When has that ever stopped me?
Doctor,
We have visitors.
this is sad.
Let's face it, there is definitely a kind of homoerotic subplot going on with his sycophantic henchman.
Robotnik, even for you.
We need your help.
On one condition.
Do this! If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it!
I need room. But, sir, I don't have the proper materials. Found some.
When we're done, there won't be anything left.
Hey, no cheat code! What did you do?
What I had to. Welcome home, my boy.
It's impossible.
Is it?
It couldn't be.
Couldn't it?
I am...
Are you? In the saggy flesh.
I'm here for it. I am here for that. I like the trailer a lot more now, Star Fury. Dude, Jim Carrey is amazing as Robotnik. He is so good. He's full-blown Jim Carrey, but also works as like an actual villain. And I like that. I really like that a lot. And, you know, now that I've got kind of like the backstory with Sonic and his, you know, he's basically the adopted son of Tom in the film. And it's like, that means more to me now. You know, it just means more to me. I love it. So there we go. Star Fury. We got a Kamala quote. Yes, Superman is unburdened by what has been and what will be, and is of the mind that he will be the one who is fighting for the ideas which will at some point be the things which allow us to be saved. That's how you explain Superman's mission. Is it Mr. Producer or Mama Producer? No, it is no. No. That is for the Bagel Bites. That's for the Bagel Bites. And that's not a producer. Skunk says quite literally a producer of Captain Garrett. Yes. Stuffhead says, love the trailers. They are wearing where I can get some. What are you talking about? Did Stuffhead have a stroke? Love the trainers they are wearing. Where can I get? Oh, you're talking about the shoes. The shoes that the characters are wearing. Yeah, you know, they should be merchandising those. They should be merchandising Sonic and Tails, Knuckles. They should be merchandising those shoes. They probably are, if they have any sense. Star Fury says, and we don't care that Dr. Robotnik wants to boff his sidekick. It's funny. Yeah, no. It is funny. His side, I don't know. I think it's an asymmetrical situation. I think it's an unrequited desire. His sycophantic henchman, you know, clearly, you know, has more of an attachment to Dr. Robotnik than Dr. Robotnik has to his henchman. Anthony says, I just looked, and Sonic 1 and 2 are on Paramount Plus, so I may have to check them out. Yeah, that's where I watched them. So check them out. They're fantastic. They're really good movies. Skunk says, in the saggy flesh. That just floors me. His lines are, you know, it just reminds me of why Jim Carrey is such an OG, why he's the GOAT, because his lines are so original. And some of that, I'm sure, is down to the writing. I just tend to think a lot of those lines, a lot of those antics are totally him ad-libbing things. He's famous for that. And he just nails it. He just nails it with these crowd-pleasing lines that are super funny. So, but I also like that his character in the movies seems to have a real motivation for like why he's kind of like a dark Tony Stark. That's really what he is in these movies. He's like a Tony Stark that's evil. You know, he's this billionaire genius who's created all these amazing technologies, and the government kind of has him as an ally, except that he's all arrogance, he's all ego. Everything is about, you know, anything that gratifies his mission as an inventor is all he cares about. So it's really a great angle for his character, and it fits within the world, and it creates, most importantly, verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. Which led me, by the way, my dear chat, to kind of revisiting something else in the lore with Sonic that I did not understand this. I did not understand this situation with the original animation of Sonic the Hedgehog. When the film was first announced years ago, there was a big controversy. I didn't know anything about this, so I had to go a-Googling. I had to go a-Googling and looking for information about what the big controversy was, and so I kind of dug up this little short, and I thought we'd take a look at it together, because I needed someone to explain to me what was wrong with the original Sonic, and here we go.
How angry fans saved Sonic the Hedgehog. In April 2019, the original
what the hell is that?
Trailer for Sonic
the
Hedgehog was released, sparking immediate and intense backlash from fans across social media. The filmmakers wanted Sonic to look like a creature that could plausibly exist in our world, which led to controversial design choices.
Oh my god! That's horrifying! That's like something from the Seventh Circle of Hell! So now I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. So they had a choice to make. Do they try and make Sonic somehow plausible, like look like an actual alien? If so, how much should they tilt towards the real? How much should they tilt towards the cartoon? And what's funny is they kind of got the worst of both worlds in this original vision, because he still looks like a cartoon. He doesn't look like anything approaching reality, but he also doesn't look like a charming cartoon character either. He looks like this creepy, hideous, uncanny valley creature. And so the decision to just make him a full-blown cartoon character was such a smart one, because, and the characters just take it seriously in the movie, because you might as well just go with it. And he looks charming and fun and endearing in the actual final film, but like, wow, I can see why people hated this.
Choices. However, the character's human-like teeth and unsettling appearance were widely criticized. This led to the viral hashtag #GotToGoFast, reflecting the urgency with which fans demanded changes. In response, Paramount Pictures quickly announced a redesign, delaying the film's release by 3 months to address the concerns. Even in Chip and Dale, the creators referenced this design controversy humorously, poking fun at how drastically different the original design was from the final version. The revamped Sonic received widespread approval.
Yeah, see, the revamped
driving the film's
Sonic,
success and setting a
he looks, you know, he's cute. That's it. He's a cute character. And that's you have to have that. You have to have a character that looks endearing and likable.
Precedent for studios to heed fan feedback and stay true to beloved characters. Which Sonic design do you like? So
there you go. What the hell is this?
Do you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Rizzler? No.
What in the hell? I literally just clicked on a tile that appeared at the end of that video. No, we're done with that. I don't know where that's going, and I don't care. What the fuck? The internet, man. It's an endless source of WTF, right? Am I right or am I right? Or am I right? Am I right? Stuff of nightmares, that original Sonic. In fact, like, I'm kind of just on a curiosity obsession with this ugly Sonic trailer. Yes! I didn't even, like, bookmark it for this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Should I do it? Nah, I'm gonna do it! Nah! I'm gonna come. That didn't work out as well as I thought it would. I'd rather have the meme, actually, now that I think about it. All right, here we go. Okay, so this is the original trailer released in 2020 before they made the changes. And then due to fan critique... Now, this is the incredible thing. Could Disney not take notes from this? Could Marvel and DC not take notes from this? The fans were unhappy with this, and rather than say it was a bunch of toxic fans and a bunch of man babies and let's own the chuds, instead of all that, the directors, writers, they took that on board and they revised the design of Sonic so that it actually... That is the reason there's a Sonic 2 and a Sonic 3. That's the reason. If they had not made that change, we would not be talking about a Sonic 3. Unless it was a Disney product, and we'd be talking about Sonic 5 because they set money on fire. And they don't care. Oh, God, just the hands. Just the hands are horrible. They're hideous. They're so gross. Dude, the way his legs look is bizarre. It is beyond creepy. It is beyond creepy. You know what it is? It's fascinating. It's an uncanny valley effect. It's like there's something real but not real about it. And it just causes the human mind to break. It just causes the human mind to short circuit. Like, won't accept, will not accept. Isn't that fascinating? I find that fascinating.
Gotta go fast.
20 minutes ago, an energy surge knocked down power across
this song is gonna get my stream pulled. Hang on a second. I can't... Let me just get to... I need to see a part where we actually see Sonic here.
Nobody cares!
That scene was fantastic. That scene was fantastic when Robotnik is introduced.
SFPD!
No! Oh my God! Oh, that's so disgusting! It's disgusting! It makes me sick! Gross! Kill it with fire! That is so bad. Compared to what I just watched, that's so bad. I can't even describe how bad that is.
Meow? Oh, come on.
Okay, pal. I want answers.
Basically, it looks like I'm gonna have to save your planet.
God, he's so unlikable. He's like the opposite. It's the opposite of a cute character. You know, the other fascinating thing is he doesn't look fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looks less plausible that he's this speedster that's super fast. Isn't that weird? I mean, it's not like I have any kind of scientific justification for that. He just doesn't.
Oh, is that all you got?
No, but thank you for asking.
Jim Carrey, man. This is one of his best characters ever. I'm serious. This is one of his best comedic characters ever. He just... I mean, Ace Ventura is his best. It's never gonna... Ace Ventura will always be his best character ever. But, do not go in there. Woo! Yes! But I love Dr. Robotnik in these movies.
Whatever this creature is, our job is to secure it, neutralize it, see what makes it tick.
All right, we got to kill that because that music is gonna just kill my stream. I may have to trim this out because of that song. All right. Anyway, wow, I am like amazed by how bad. Now I totally get it. I totally get the fan backlash. Why everyone was up in arms about that? Because like I'm not like a huge Sonic fan, right? But yeah, imagine if Nintendo had unveiled their Mario design and they were trying to make him look sort of halfway between the cartoon Mario and like a real New York plumber, you know? And it's like, no, don't do that. Like they tried to make his eyes look all beady and human. You know, it would have been awful. It would have been awful. Fascinating to me. Art's hard, man. It's hard. It's really difficult. It's, you know, the endeavor of creating a work of fiction that just hits all those different levels of like pleasing, grounded, entertaining, not too slow, not too fast. You know, it's damn difficult, man. It takes a lot of effort. It's a lot of work. It's why it's not a good job for stupid human beings like Leslie Headland and a very unfortunate looking woman. But that's not necessarily a problem if you're a good writer. You can be unfortunate looking and be a good writer. Unfortunately for Leslie Headland, it just wasn't in the cards for that particular person. I'm just being real. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Says, own dem chuds. Tom is in the chat. Ahoy, Tom. Welcome aboard. Lurking as always, as is your custom. Fu Man Blue. Salute. Welcome aboard, sir. Tom says, woo, hail Captain in chat. The Saturday thing is confusing. Yes, unfortunately, I have a professional endeavor which demands my time on Sundays this month. So next week, we will be doing Sunday. But I'm doing my best to get my Sunday cleared so that we can once again do things properly. Skunks says that thing, referring to the original Sonic design, will forever haunt me. It's horrible. It's hideous. Destroy it with fire. That's horrible. Get it away from me. Ew. I understand how you feel, Skunks. I understand. What else? Did I get that one from Dear Prince Across the Pond? Yes, I did. Post-traumatic stress disorder, says Anthony Timmons. Mirror Universe Sonic, says Wrangler. Ah, that's a good one. I like that one. Anthony says the old Sonic looked like something out of Concord. It did. It did. Could you imagine what Tails must have looked like? Can you imagine what Knuckles would have looked like? Oh my God, we would have never got that far. We would have never got that. It would have never happened. We would have never got that far because it would have been shit and it would have been a box office bomb. And that's how it is. That's just how it is. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive that the creative team behind the first Sonic film, they literally said on Twitter, they took full responsibility. They said, we hear your criticism. We understand you're not happy with it. And did they say, oh, you're a bunch of racist, bigoted fans. You're a bunch of toxic misogynists. Oh, a bunch of chuds. No, they didn't do any of that. They said, we hear you. You're the audience. You know, I know this is weird, but we'd like to please the audience. That's kind of why we're in this business. And they revised the story. They revised the product. What a concept. What a concept. You know, you can always tell the film franchises that are doing this for the audience and the franchises that are doing it for themselves or the activists. The activists. Everything Disney, Star Wars, and heretofore, everything Disney Marvel since Endgame, it's... I don't know who it's for, but it ain't for us. It ain't for the audience. It is for activists. It is for weirdos. Just wackos, you know, that need a bunch of lesbian, witch covens everywhere. Now, there's a market for that, but it ain't in the Marvel universe. It's just funny to me. Yes, Staff Harry. Exactly. Precisely my point. Look at how much money they made by listening to their customers. It's fascinating. It's a revelation. It's a revelation. But, you know, you get the feeling with, like, a Kevin Feige that even though they're revising things at Marvel, I still get the feeling from those idiots that they are not listening. Not really. They are listening to the stacks of cash burn that they have set on fire. They're listening to that. That's what they're hearing. Okay, audience, if I'm hearing you correctly, you love all the activism. You love all the stunning and brave women. You love all of the emasculated male characters. You love all of that. We hear you. You love hearing Captain African American lecturing senators about defunding the police. We know. We know that's not your issue. What we're hearing is our money is burning, and you're not, and no one's buying our tickets. That's what we're hearing. So we're making big change. That's the feeling I get from the Marvel Universe. It's like, no, you need to listen to what the fans are saying. You need to listen to that, and the Sonic, they listen to what the fans said. I have got to go grab this. I just have to. It is time. It is time to hear it again. Yes, here we go. It's right there in my previous search results. God, I love this little twerp. This absolute twerp. This is the bend the knee question. This question is not asked in order to get an answer. It is not asked out of curiosity. It is not even asked because the asker does not know the question, or that is the answer. They know the answer. It's a correct answer. They simply wish to hear it. They simply wish to force the person they are asking to be on record as giving the correct answer. And most celebrities fall for this trap. But some true professionals do not fall for this trap.
There's something really interesting with this character that I find fascinating, which is that he genuinely really does just want to do the right thing. But everywhere he goes, whether it's a new town or a new bar, people just kind of give him a hard time and they rag on him despite the fact that he has great intentions. I'm curious if that's comparable to this sort of world, this culture of toxic fandom, where like if you make a movie, especially if you make a superhero movie, like you have great intentions, but there are always going to be a small yet vocal group of people there can kind of just be toxic.
Stop the tape! Stop the tape! Imagine for a moment, this is the director. This is the director, Jeff Fowler, of the Sonic film. And this is literally an interview in the wake of the backlash to the original Sonic. Imagine this is the question. Oh, a small but vocal minority of toxic chuds on the internet just don't like anything you do. And they just don't like Sonic because they just like to hate things. And then he's teed up to say, yes, there are a bunch of toxic man babies. Screw them. Screw the audience. I hate the audience. They're a bunch of AC dicks, and they're too stupid to appreciate what we do. We are artists. We are the sophisticates. We are the erudite, intellectual class. And they are our slaves. It's fascinating that Henry Cavill gets asked this question, and rather than give the correct answer, he gives the correct answer.
I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. And people are going to be upset because, especially when you're talking about books or games, because you're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played on Witcher 3, for example. I don't necessarily consider that toxic. I just consider that passionate.
Oh, it gets better every time. It's amazing. It's like Godzilla -1. It's better every time. Henry Cavill, it's a professional. Why do I talk about the professional mindset so often? Because the reaction of the Sonic creative team to the passionate and quite furious reaction to the original Sonic design, their reaction was what a professional does. A professional who has a healthy remove from their work. It did not feel pleasant. It's interesting. The CGI artist of that film personally responded on Twitter saying, "We've heard your feedback." I guarantee you that was not pleasant for him. It was not pleasant for him to put all those hours of blood, sweat, and tears into designing that character only to hear the entire internet trash it. But he was a professional. And he reacted as a professional does, which is he took on board the criticism, he took ownership of the product, and he said, you know what? We're going to do better. We're going to do better. And it's incredible. That's a professional mindset. And the professional mindset results in success. It results in success. But the reason that so few have the professional mindset is because it requires work and lazy, unprofessional, vain, narcissistic, greedy, and stupid people who eat glue cannot muster up enough work ethic to be professional. I still can't believe how many times Lesbian Headlamp. Every single episode. For a week, they're just getting roasted. They're getting raked over the coals. And what happens? Leslie Headland runs out there, does another interview blaming the fans, tuning him up a little more, just like, oh yeah, we got more lesbians on the way. Just like, and then you got Amanda Stenberg doing a whole racial, like, you know, music video about what a bunch of racist pieces of shit all these fans are. Screw you, Star Wars fans, you suck. And they just made it worse. They made it worse, like, over and over. And then they have the audacity to say, oh, it was a bunch of toxic fans with pitchforks. They ruined our good time. It's like, you ruined it you have done that yourself. In the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, the MVP of Revenge of the Sith. You know, the most stunning thing about it is that the shills are still whining about it. They are still big mad that the Acolyte got canceled. They are. Their stupid woke activist project. Nobody liked it. Nobody liked it, and that's why it got canceled. And they're still big mad about it. I mean, now, I could go watch all of their channels. Darth Venom in the Discord wants me to go watch all their channels and says they need to be canceled. And I said, no, we on the Swords and Starships channel, we believe in freedom of speech, absolutely. And so, no, I would never wish for the Shills channel to be canceled. On the contrary, I want to hear everything they have to say, not least because it's hilarious. But, to spend that many hours watching their content, well, frankly, I just don't have the stomach for it. It would make me sick. I'd be physically ill. I couldn't hold down food. It's terrible. It's a failing. I admit that. But there is a man who has studied the shill for years. He wrote his college doctoral thesis at university on the shill. He studies their disease, known as shillery by proxy. It's very debilitating. The prognosis is grim. And it results in a general social awkwardness, a kind of slavish devotion to mediocre creative professionals where you kiss their boot. And you lavish praise on them, which is undeserved. And you don't perhaps even know why you lavish such praise on them. You're incapable of finding any flaw in anything they create. But so long as it is created by Disney, there is no level of abuse or demeaning human servitude you will not endure. Because you are what is known as a shill. It's a terrible disease. It causes intense suffering. They suffer, folks. They suffer. And Grizzy is the scholar we need to study their disease in hopes that one day we may have a cure and we may welcome them back into the fold of regular humans who are capable of having that's so bad. A negative opinion about trash TV. Or, at best, at worst, at least hearing a negative opinion and not thinking it means that it's an evil Yahtzee saying it. So without further ado, let's check in with the shills. Let's see what Grizzy has for us. Share screen, Mr. Producer, if you would. And roll tape.
You don't know what gatekeeping is?
I didn't say anything.
It's like,
You know what? We hear a lot about mansplaining. What about... This is absolutely womansplaining. This is absolutely the female equivalent of mansplaining. It's like, oh, you don't know what that is? Well, clearly you are stupid, so let me explain it.
Today, Junior?
You know, kind of what has happened a little bit with the Acolyte, you know, fans, or it all kind of goes back to the term of the fake geek girl. It doesn't all go back.
This is a Kamala answer. This is, well, I grew up in a middle-class town.
It's that, but fake geek girl, or the implication that
what in God's holy name are you blathering about?
some of us only like Star Wars just because we can profit from it as girls, like that girls can't be real fans, or get out of the fandom.
Nobody says that. God, this is why they piss me off. They don't piss me off because they like Acolyte. That is not why they make me mad. Okay? They make me mad because that is a dirty, nasty, malevolent little lie that she just said there. She is saying that Star Wars fans at large they think girls can't be fans of Star Wars. Listen to me. This is so stupid. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Let me explain something to you. I've been a nerd my whole life. Worse, I've been a male nerd my whole life, mostly. No. Nothing makes a neckbeardy, smelly, socially awkward nerd happier than when a hot girl is into whatever nerdy thing he's into. Like, I mean, when I was a kid, if the cute girls at school came up to me and were like, hey, tell me about Spider-Man. Oh, what's this Ghostbusters action figure you brought to school in your backpack that you're playing with alone at the lunch table? Tell me more about that. Nothing would have made me happier. Nothing would make a young nerd happier than a girl who's interested in comic books and Superman and Transformers and whatever it is. Nobody is more welcome at a Dungeons & Dragons table, unless you're Staff Yeti, than a hot babe. The problem is they tend, generally, not always, but they tend not to be super interested, you know, in the grim darkness of the far future. Warhammer 40,000 armies. You know, they're not as interested in spending 9 hours on a Friday night laboring over a table to measure the charge range of your Chaos Space Marines against the Tyranids, and then arguing angrily and nearly breaking up your friendship over whether or not that unit was in range to charge, or whether or not the Psyker had the initiative to cast the spell. It's just that women tend, not always, but they tend not to be as interested in those kinds of hotly contested strategic gaming sessions, lasting long into the night and involving copious amounts of Mountain Dew and BO. Okay? They just don't like that, all right? But that doesn't mean they wouldn't be welcome. They would be. Now, if a babe does show up to a Warhammer game and, you know, she wants to get in that debate, she better be able to hold her own, because nerds go hard. They go hard when it comes to those rules. So anyway, this is a stupid, filthy mistruth, and it makes me sick.
You're only 12. I was there in the 70s when the first movie came out. I was in the trenches waiting in the line.
Okay, now let's try to get an answer from someone who's not a complete retard.
All right, gatekeeping is when someone takes it upon themselves to decide who does or does not have access or rights to a community or identity.
Now let me tell you, I am 100% in favor of gatekeeping people that want to radically change an existing canon because they're wackos. If you want to be part of a hobby, but you also want that hobby to, well, there's only ever been men in Space Marine chapters, but we want to change it so that there's women in Space Marine chapters. Well, that's not the story. That's not the story that has existed for 30 years. I don't care. I want it to change. Screw you. You're out. You don't get to play. Go play something more to your liking.
fandom would be another good example. Now, you'd think these two would be a little more prepared to explain that, considering the fact that...
So, I'm just looking at the title of the stream, and it's Why Do Fandoms Gatekeep?
The reason they are having such a hard time defining the term is because the Disney shill definition of the word gatekeeping is difficult to explain without making yourself look like a complete and total bitch. Anything negative you or I say about a movie, a TV show, or a character that they like makes us gatekeepers, according to the Disney shills. Or to put it more plainly, if you say anything that triggers them, you are a gatekeeper. And not only that, you're all ists and phobes as well.
People who are just generally racist, misogynistic, never would have watched Acolyte to begin with and made it their life's work to hate campaign against it.
And that is one...
That is the real gatekeeping right there. You have decided that calling someone a racist, a sexist, or a homophobe is a way of unpersoning them and delegitimizing them and taking away their right to have an opinion. That is the purpose of that. It is a rhetorical technique that turns them into something evil that is to be dismissed. So that they can then say they should be censored, they should be deplatformed, which, by the way, I would never support of them, of the shills. The shills should, look, they build a YouTube channel, they make lots of money, more power to them. But they want to take away other people's voices. And it is that which I detest.
One way the Disney shills gatekeep Star Wars by claiming we are all ists and phobes, and because of that, we don't belong in the fandom.
Star Wars,
the anti-wokers who don't want to see queer people coming into this fandom, that goes beyond anti-woke.
That's a lie. That is a lie. That is absolutely not at all what they're saying. We are saying your worldview, in which it is stunning and brave and super empowering to see this female character just, force choke to death her mentor with no consequences, no moral weight. Cough button. And a general attitude of celebration. That is a sick worldview. A worldview that advocates for racism. Neo-segregation. A worldview that talks down to marginalized people and considers them victims. Speaks to them as if they are fools and idiots. A worldview that cannot survive in an open marketplace of ideas. A worldview that requires downvote buttons to be removed. That requires review results to be curated. That requires a lying media to cover up the truth. That advocates the mutilation of minors. It is a sick world view. It's called wokeness, and you're right. We do want it dismantled, and it is, but we don't have to dismantle it. You are doing that yourself. Because your malevolent worldview is so odious. It is so toxic. It is so repulsive to most of humanity, it is unraveling itself.
That goes into the bigotry that, was part of all the drama that ensued.
You are the bigots! Kyle Katarn basically said he could not have conservative black people in his feed because he could not be seen to disagree with them. That's sick, folks.
Following, the cancellation of that show and everything.
So fans
or so it was alleged.
Laughing at the show, trolling the show, celebrating it being canceled, that is homophobia and bigotry, according to you. Also, is that a Grogu doll in the background?
I've seen people literally write off others' validation or their legitimacy as fans because, God forbid, they have a Grogu in their setup. I've seen...
Look, I see people with Grogus all the time. And I'm like, more power to it. He's a likable character. He is. Chill out, Starberry. Hear me out on this. I have no issue with that. And look, the thing is, Grogu had a great story arc until they brought him back, and now he's a dumb character.
I have actually seen that.
These shills, man, they take themselves so seriously that if you rip on them for having a Grogu doll, they get triggered.
I mean, it's
a bunch of goddamn pussies!
So from there, they pivot.
I mean, it's true, but
to talk about Star Wars Skeleton Crew. And reminder, fake Padme said recently that if you criticize in any way, shape, or form the children in Skeleton Crew, you need to go home and reevaluate your life.
If you're coming here to complain about the children or their acting in any way, shape, or form, I highly encourage you to go home and reevaluate your life.
And she is doubling down on this, whining about the toxic fandom and how they just won't give the show a chance, you guys.
So all this is to say, I do feel like Skeleton Crew will be a true test because people are already bashing that show, unfortunately, I feel like. But that's just to be expected anymore with Star Wars because people have made it their careers to do nothing but tarnish it. And
why have you, madam, made it your career to constantly and unconditionally praise every single thing released Star Wars, to never acknowledge any flaws, to never allow for critique of the work? Why have you made it your mission to artificially inflate the quality of these products? Why don't you see that as damaging? I was ragging on Kurtzman to an actual film director several weeks ago, and I was telling him and he said, okay, fair enough, but don't you think you should still support it if you want good Star Trek? And I found it the most strange, nonsensical argument I had ever heard. The guy literally said to me, okay, I understand why you hate it. Kurtzman we're speaking of. This is a film director. But don't you think you should support it if you want good Star Trek? What? I'm saying it's crap. I'm saying that Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman, the dumbest men in entertainment, are destroying Star Trek. They've destroyed it. How could rewarding that behavior result in better Star Trek? I would rather never see anything Star Trek ever again than see another minute of Kurtzman Trek. Ever. How could any other attitude make sense if I hate it? Okay. Now, if I loved Kurtzman, obviously, sure. I love it. But I'm saying I hate it. And so you're saying I should clap for it because that'll get me better stuff? How does that make a lick of sense? So all I can surmise is that this babe loves what she's saying. If we take her to word, she loves all this stuff. But she's saying, you know, why do you make it your mission to hate it? Why do you make it your mission to love it? You have just as much explaining to do by that logic.
Prematurely roast it before it has even seen the light of day on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Because we are not stupid people, unlike Leslie Headland and Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy. And we are able to discern patterns of behavior. God, literally, you would have to be the equivalent of an abused housewife to think that the next Star Wars dumpster fire is going to be any better than the last one. Every single one of these has been a trash fire. Every single one, except for Andor, arguably. What conclusion would you draw, madam?
I've said this before, I'll say it again. Disney Star Wars does not deserve the benefit of the doubt from the fans.
Here.
Not anymore.
Considering it is maybe like a kid's show, and already there's, you know, the grown adults in this fandom who have, again, lost the plot that George Lucas himself. Star Wars is, at its core, for kids.
Wrong.
Again, you know, there's so much to unpack. God, there are so many lies. There are so many nonsensical claims that she's making here. Okay, first of all, it's not for kids, but let's, for the sake of argument, agree that it is for kids. Then what you're saying is what we should make for kids is stupid content that is badly written, badly edited, and filled with moral depravity. Is that your argument, madam? That's what kids deserve? Clearly, you and I have a disagreement, babe. See, whereas I think kids are smart enough to have excellent storytelling with praiseworthy heroic characters as an example, model, and inspiration, you, on the contrary, consider children to be stupid, to require no effort be put into the creative works. Yet you are probably the same type of person that sits your kid in front of the most mind-numbing drivel and is just grateful that they're occupied. Never mind whether they're being enlightened or educated or whether they're hearing a positive moral example. It's a stupid argument.
Wrong.
Dude, that character, that was from Scrubs. Dr. Cox was one of the best characters ever.
Star Wars at its core is for kids, according to you. What about Disney Star Wars? Is that for kids at its core too?
Oh my
but yeah,
God,
there's
it's
an
too
entire group
easy.
of adults who seemingly can't wrap their head around that in this fandom, and will, say, without question, this isn't what we asked for. Nobody asked for a kids show. It's like, okay, says you and your 10 Twitter followers.
Dude, you know something? One Piece is made for kids. Sonic the Hedgehog is made for kids. Stranger Things, arguably, it's not made for kids, but it's kind of in the vein of like an E.T. or 80s films that were for kids. And I've praised all of those properties. I've praised all of those works. The idea that because it's for kids, it should be crap is ridiculous.
Sick burn.
Or more specifically, the idea that because it's for kids, I would not enjoy it is ridiculous. Sonic is I think the Sonic movies are excellent kids movies. Seriously, if I were a kid, I would have loved those movies. I would have been all about those movies. But as an adult, I'm able to also enjoy a great story.
So then they go back to Acolyte and actually say that episode 5, the one that had the Phantom Menace level lightsaber battle supposedly, that episode united the Star Wars fandom positively due to how fantastic it was.
Because we have, in Acolyte, a moment where pretty much the entire fandom was unanimously like, oh yeah, this is fantastic.
I would say it was, what's fascinating about this exact point in the Acolyte is it made me realize what a waste this show was. It made me realize what a waste it was because it actually did have some great choreography. There was some real menace coming from Manny Jacinto's character. And I realized what a tragic waste all of it was because of how meaningless the story was, because of how not surprising the reveal was, because of how little stakes there actually were, because there was actually no coherent heroic through line in the entire thing. It was a waste. That's what it was.
And that is
and it was the
Chimera going in on all of the Jedi.
What are you talking about?
Pretty much all of the public responses that are available on the internet in regards to that episode are all overwhelmingly positive.
Then why did it get canceled, dumbass? You're saying the final 3 episodes were so bad, that's why it got canceled? No, the entire series was trash.
Whoa, check out that chick.
Yeah, but who's that fart knocker she's with?
It's very clear that there are so many people, yes, as Tom would say, they are the loud minority, but they simply refuse to leave the fandom even though they seemingly hate everything new that comes.
Is that what you want? You want us to leave the fandom? How fucking pathetic is this? Oh my God, that's unbelievable. That's what you want, isn't it? You want us to leave the fandom. That's right, we'll just go home. Oh, who's the bullies? Who are the bullies in the room? Who are the gatekeepers? Tell me again. Well, my dear Shill, allow me to reply to your suggestion that we leave the fandom.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
We shall never surrender! We shall never yield the field! We will fight the Acolyte in the fields, on the beaches, in the hills. We will defend our fandom. Never! Never will we surrender! Oh my god, I got fired up, chat! I am absolutely fired up! God, to hear it out loud... Leave the fandom, she says. We just won't go. You're damn right about that. You'll have to pry George Lucas Star Wars out of our cold, dead hands. You will have to pry the memory of Star Trek, the memory of Halo, the memory of Indiana Jones. For God's sakes, Willow, you will have to pry it out of our cold, dead hands. We are going nowhere. We will never surrender, and we will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat on woke, garbage, pathetic storytelling. Cry about it. Cry about it, Shill. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere in this fandom. Oh man, that fired me up. It's just fascinating. I've never heard them say it that way before, but that's what they want. It's what they wanted. They want to demoralize us. They want to intimidate us. They want to threaten us and cancel us. Cancel pigs. That's what they are. Cancel pigs. And they want us to slink away, to go quietly into that good night. Just admit defeat. Be sad. Be sorry. Never. Never, babe. Ain't gonna happen. We are the fandom, says the Foreigner Belt. Wrangler says, we shall fight, because Knuckles wants to. The Foreigner Belt, we never surrender. Where, Mr. Producer, we ain't done with that music. Give me that music. We never surrender. We long for the fight. Leave, says Skunk's Workshop. Fuck that. Ain't never gonna happen. Just keep those ideologues away from Metroid. No, I hear you. I hear you. Starfield says Ultramarines forever. Starfury further points out that Shad did not agree with me regarding the fight choreography. Yeah, Shad is to fight choreography as Mahler, the surgeon, is to story structure. Like, he is so exacting. He is so absolutely demanding of every detail that, like, yeah, his standards will always be higher than even mine. Look, I'm saying that, well, yeah, I'm sure if you analyze honestly, most movie sword fights and most movie martial arts is a lot of fantasy. A lot of fantasy. That's just 90% of it. It's very rare. There are rare exceptions, such as the sword fight in Rob Roy, which I've shown on the stream before, which is probably one of the most realistic sword fights in film. Like, there are exceptions. But for the most part, like, film storytelling fights, they have to have a flair and a fantasy to them. My point is, regardless of whether the technical details are impressive in that Chimera fight, visually, no lie, visually, that was a well-presented scene in the story. That one of the few in Acolyte. Look, I am an honest man. I am a fair man. Or as the Orange Man said recently, long may he reign, and he will. I'm basically a truthful person. You gotta love that. I'm basically a truthful person. Dude, honestly, that's the most honest thing you could even say as a human. Because any human that says, like, I tell the truth all the time, that's not true. No human being does that. Oh, look at that. That's the whole subject of the film Liar Liar with Jim Carrey, which is a great comedy. Yeah, right? He's a lawyer and he has to tell the truth all the time. But he tells truths that even normal people wouldn't tell. Like, look at the zit on your face, you know? So yeah, to say you're basically a truthful person is as close to the truth as you can probably get. But no, anyway. So yeah, I don't expect Shad to, like, agree that, like, oh, it's some kind of technical... I mean, I wouldn't even say that. All I'm saying is, could that scene... Here's what worked in that Chimera lightsaber fight, where he's slaughtering all the Jedi. Here's what worked. Okay? Credit where it's due. It was fast and kinetic. There was a real sense of, like, his movements being strange and sinister, like lethal. There was the feeling that there was a struggle, that the Jedi were having difficulty attacking him. I liked the incorporation of the helmet thing. I know it was kind of a meme. He headbutted a lightsaber, but if there had been proper setup in the story, it would have actually worked well. Which is, he was using, what the hell was it called? That substance that turns off lightsabers? I forget what it is. But anyway, if the story had established that before the fight, it would have actually made a lot of sense to the audience. The reason it looked dumb is because we never even heard of it. We're like, what is that? How is the lightsaber getting turned off, right? We didn't understand that. So that's bad storytelling. But my point is, the actual fight, the visual style of it, there was lethality, there was danger, there was malevolence from the physical movements of the actor. All of that was working really, really well. But even in describing that, I just pointed out one of the reasons why it doesn't work, because they didn't set up the fight properly. So there you go. I'm not evaluating it on the technical skill, the technical detail. I mean, to be fair, like, there's nothing is ever going to beat Ray Park's incredible choreography in that Darth Maul fight in The Phantom Menace. That is, in terms of technical martial arts, that is the best lightsaber fight of all time, is that Darth Maul versus Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. Like, nothing beats it. It was the reason to see The Phantom Menace multiple times. Like, it was that scene was the reason to see it multiple times, and every time it got better. It was so good. Man, when Darth Maul just lights up that double lightsaber, oh, you had never seen anything like it as a Star Wars fan. It was cool, man. Yeah, you had to put up with Jar Jar for 2 hours, but it was worth it. It was worth it to see him light that twin lightsaber, and then that amazing... And the martial arts in that scene were unbelievably good. No doubt about it. For dramatic storytelling purposes, my favorite lightsaber fight will always be Vader versus Luke in Return of the Jedi, of course. Of course. But in any case, yes, I understand Shad's critiques. I do. But see, that just goes to show you that with good storytelling, like, you don't need perfection. In good storytelling, we will forgive technical mistakes.
Comes from Star Wars.
Wow, Fake Padme wants fans who don't like Disney Star Wars to stop watching and leave the fandom. That sounds like gatekeeping to me.
They simply refuse to leave the fandom.
Sorry, sweetheart, but we are having way too much fun ripping your precious Disney Star Wars to leave the fandom at this time. Thanks for checking out today's video, guys. Please hit that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And most importantly, as always, thank you all for watching.
Mr. Grizzy, a man, a gentleman, a scholar. He will find the cure, my dear sailors of Starnuts. He will find it one day. The cure for the shill. Shillery by proxy, the disease from which they suffer. They suffer! They suffer! Isn't that funny? Like, I don't want them to leave the fandom. They're welcome. I mean, I don't really think they are fans, though. I mean, I think they're just fans of whatever's in front of them, to be fair. You never hear people like this defending Rebel Moon. It's just funny to me. They're never a defender of Rebel Moon. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about Rebel Moon. Nor will they. And it's on the level of Disney Star Wars. I mean, it's basically the same level of storytelling. I swear to God, like, the writing in Rebel Moon is at least as good as the Acolyte. And makes about as much sense. But nobody cares about Rebel Moon because it's Rebel Moon. It doesn't have the prestige. It doesn't have the clout that the phrase Star Wars has. There were cool creatures in Rebel Moon. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We will not go quietly into that good night, says the 400 belt. We're going to live on. Sorry, I was editorializing. Rage, rage, rage against the dying of the light. We may need, like, a new heroic speech, because I do love Sir Winston Churchill. I do love that. But, you know, there's actually a world leader with an even more famous quote that's even better. Yeah. I think there is, like, a recording of this. It's, like, one of the greatest presidential speeches of all time. I mean, you've probably heard it a million times, but, like, I mean, sometimes you need an American president to do the real speech. You know what I'm saying? Churchill's good, but then you've got this.
That they are.
Areas immediately.
Good morning. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join others from around the world. And you will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind.
Mankind! That word should have no meaning today. I love it.
Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation.
Dude, I remember seeing this movie in the theaters. I was so ready for this speech at this point in the movie. Like, dude, people forget, this is a great film. Yes, it's a bit cheesy. This is a great film. And this is, by the way, a great speech. It really is. It's simple. It gets right to the point. And it comes at the point in the film where these aliens at this point in the film, the audience understands they're basically undefeatable. They are basically undefeatable. Even nuclear weapons don't even scratch the surface. So, like, this is a low point in the story. This is, like, as low as you get, right? It's not yet the all is lost moment in the story, by the way, if you're keeping track. But it comes at the moment when the audience has been beaten down significantly, and we're ready for this.
We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Dude, it's just the best, man. That is one of the best. Dude, I'm clipping that. We're adding that to the We're adding that. The next time we hear a shill say, "Get the hell out of the Phantom," we will not go quietly into the night. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today is our Independence Day. Oh, what a great movie that is. That is a classic. And you know what's scary is now I mentioned this scene or this movie to Gen Zers. They don't know what it is. They're like, no idea what it is. Oh, it's like an Independence Day when Bill Pullman are like, what? Well, you know, Independence Day. Oh, yeah. My parents have watched that. I never saw it. I'm like, oh, no. Damn it. I'm officially old. It's so terrible. Now I understand what my poor parents were going through. Every time they would mention, you know, some great 60s or 70s movie or show, or like Happy Days. They talk about Happy Days. Oh, Happy Days was one of the best cartoons. Oh, shut up, Mom. I don't care. That's not how I talk to my mom, I promise. That's just... Shut the hell up, Mom. God, you're so... No, but I'd be like, yeah, I know. Happy Days was great. Whatever. I've never seen it. Don't care. Now, I quote like Seinfeld, right? And the youngsters, man, they're like, Seinfeld, what's that? And I'm just like, ah, oh, damn it. That's the same, you know. It'll happen to you out there, you youngsters out there, such as you are. Skunk says that clip is what fueled young men. Nowadays, movies will dare not give young men that kind of hope. Yeah, it's... Listen. The destruction and the self-immolation of the entertainment industry is decaying into a fertile soil, dear skunks, which will nourish a new generation of Iron Age creators. We stand at the precipice. No, that's the wrong word. We stand at the brink of a golden age of storytelling. It's coming back. It's coming back. And will it come from Hollywood? Most likely no. But there are little gems here and there, like the Sonic films. Like One Piece. There's little gems out there. But I think that this era that we've gone through of stagnation and decay and the ossification of the Hollywood system, it is nourishing a new generation of creatives. I'm telling you. It is nourishing a new generations of creatives that are hungry, that have vision, and are just waiting for their shot to make something incredible. I'm going to tell you, I've said it before. The film Godzilla -1, when I saw that film in theaters, it was like healing. It was like healing energy. It reminded me what is still possible. What is still possible. And that it only takes one good story. One light in the darkness, and the darkness is banished. That's the advantage you and I have, dear skunks. That is the advantage we have, my dear sailors and starnauts. They can release 1,000 dumpster fires like the Acolyte. But at the end of the day, it only takes one brilliant gem. And the darkness is no more. That is what the shill will never understand. And it is why they are destined for defeat. Leave the fandom? Oh my god, I can't get over it. Leave the fandom? One more time.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
That's right, we shall never surrender. And if you think, dear shill, that by playing that clip, I am in an indirect way comparing the woke project to a vast militarized totalitarian machine attempting to grind all of the world under its heels, then you would be correct. I am comparing you to that. Because wokeness, they just hate wokeness. That's right, we do hate wokeness because it is at its core totalitarian. It hates freedom, it hates human flourishing, it hates hope, it hates heroism, it hates anything and everything traditional, and it will use all the odious apparatus of totalitarianism, fascism, communism to destroy all who oppose it, to remove them from the fandom if need be. It is a sick worldview. It is the worldview of bullies. It is the worldview of small, limited people whose only response to criticism or debate is to attempt to destroy criticism and debate. And I won't have it. We have the Swords of Starships channel. We believe in free speech. I may disagree with every single thing you say, but I will die to defend your right to say it. I want the shill to be heard. I want them to have their channel. And I even wish them success. But we will not be silenced. We will be heard. And we have been, in case you're keeping score. Redoubt Production says, ironically enough, Disney's reach to be the monopoly on Western entertainment will be their undoing. And it is. And they are taking the established Hollywood system down. And they are. As they crash. As we watch in real time, as of course we do. Thank you, Redoubt. An astute analysis. Wrangler says it won't be coming from Hollywood. Odds are once the Puff Daddy P. Diddy info is released, Hollywood will collapse. They are collapsing. They are ossified. They are incapable of adapting to change. Now, they can make improvements on the margins. They can accidentally make a Star Trek Picard Season 3 or a Sonic the Hedgehog 3. They can let those slip through. But they are part of an institution which is corrupt and rigid, and it is destined for the ash heap of history. Sure, there's always going to be a kind of Hollywood. There's always going to be a version of Hollywood. There will always be the leaders of the industry. That will never change. But Hollywood as the system it was in the 20th century is gone. It's no more. And a new age is right. The fire rises. The fire rises. Redoubt says, not saying no new conglomerates will arise. It is in fact natural, economically speaking, but the Great Reset isn't just a one-way purge, as the power elite like to believe that it is. Yes, agreed. The Foreigner Belt says, we shall fight on YouTube, we shall fight on Twitter. Yes. Or X. Yes. We shall fight them in the fields. We shall fight on MySpace, says Redoubt Productions. We shall never surrender. You have a MySpace page still, don't you, Redoubt? I believe that about you. Universal says, thanks for subscribing. I subscribe to you also. I can't wait to make a video. I've never made one and have never edited one. You are very good at it. Awesome video. I have much top learn, master. I just did a Ryan Kinnell on you. I didn't correct it. I have much to learn. No, not from a 1,200 subscriber channel. I have a lot of work to do, so I appreciate it. Thank you for the fine compliment. It's probably to someone else in the chat. It's to Wrangler. Oh, no. No, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with that. It's to Wrangler. It's to Wrangler. Thanks, Wrangler, for helping out. I should get Wrangler's advice as well. Cool. What a great chat we have. We have just great people in the chat. Warhammer groupies aren't a thing, Foreigner Belt. I'm sorry to tell you. Fu Man Blue arguing that separation of chick and dude is vital when it comes to some hobbies. Yeah, well. Look. I do think that, like, men and women need places or they need things they can do, you know, on their own. You know what I'm saying? I think women need spaces, and I think men need spaces. That's natural. Everybody needs kind of their me time, so to speak. And I think that's true of the sexes as well. Like, I think it's perfectly natural that, like, there are certain things that, like, women want to do with their girlfriends, men want to do with their friends. You know what I'm saying? Foreigner Belt says, girls can be fans of Star Wars, but I will never believe she is a fan. I mean, fair enough. Shut up, silly woman! Look, I'm happy to take her at her word that she is a fan. Because it sure says a lot about her that if she's a fan of Star Wars, wow. She's a nasty one. Like, she's nasty. Nasty to people. That's fine. We ain't going anywhere, though. Cry about it. We're here to stay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I did forget. I found this little clip online. I thought I'd share it with you. I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. What is this? I haven't seen this, so I'm taking a chance here. This might be funny. It might not. But it's about Star Wars Outlaws. Oops. Wait, cancel that. Share screen.
Distract them, Nix.
What is that? I don't know. Do you think it's dangerous? I don't know. But we have these protective helmets on, so nothing can hurt us.
It's basically Star Wars Outlaws is the title of the video. Hat tip, Matthew McCleskey.
Go distract that one, Nix.
I love how lethargic. I love how lethargic this video is. Like, it's just everything is so slow and like deadpan.
Look at you. Look at you dance. Wow. Oh, you're just grooving, huh, little guy? Oh, you're so cute.
Okay, let's go.
This is fantastic.
Oh, dang. Got it.
Hey, you're not supposed to be in here. All right. You're not supposed to be.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like or comment.
Fantastic. She's just like just wailing on the guy. He doesn't notice. Fantastic. Hat tip. Who was that? That was Matthew McCleskey. I'm putting a like on that video. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Where, Mr. Producer? Yes, thank you. Let the people need to be heard. Why, thank you, Universal, saying I subscribe to Swords too. I appreciate that. I do. I need every subscriber. Universal says Wrangler, the cat shooting an Uzi, one of the best things I've ever seen. Reminds me of when Cheetah in Tarzan show had an Uzi in his hand. Funniest thing I ever saw. We got a lot of Wrangler love in this chat, and I appreciate it. We are the Swords and Starships Fellowship. Just hanging out on a Saturday. What else we got? I did see this. This was suggested by Darth Venom in the Discord. So if you have not joined our Discord, there is a link in the description. You're welcome to join. You can suggest things to the captain, such as this article here. This is trouble brewing, folks, and we're going to talk about it. And if you're enjoying the stream, please like and subscribe, like our dear Universal has done. Share screen. Trouble is brewing, folks, because I've been on kind of a warpath about Terminator just needs to end. It needs to be terminated. We need to terminate Terminator. We need to stop trying to rehash and remix and redo the entire Terminator story. It has had nothing but disastrous results ever since Terminator 2. And it needs to end. Unfortunately, trouble is brewing. Hat tip, Screen Crush. James Cameron says more Terminator movies are being planned. Oh, my God. What did we ever do to you? Quote, the 70-year-old filmmaker who made his directorial breakthrough with the Terminator franchise has teased that there is more than a plan for future Terminator movies. Speaking to Empire magazine, James said, oh, it's just first-term basis, huh? Just James, huh? Quote, it's more than a plan. That's what we're doing. That's all I have to say for right now. This news follows on from The Terminator, which stars Arnold Schwarzenegger and Linda Hamilton, celebrating its 40th anniversary year. The Titanic director's involvement in any future Terminator movies remains unclear at this time, as Cameron is busy working on the Avatar sequels, the next of which will be released in 2045. I mean 2025. 13 years. 13 years! And Way of Water still has huge plot holes. 13 years! 3 screenwriters! But I digress. However, Cameron admitted that it will be vital to tell new and different kinds of stories in the world of the Terminator moving forward. Let me guess. Will it involve time travel and a robot assassin going back in time to assassinate yet another future savior of mankind? I'm just guessing. He said, you get to incite it, and then you lose a new audience, because the new audience care much less about that stuff than you think they do. That's the danger, obviously, with Avatar as well, but I think we've proven that we have something for new audiences. Oh, you mean the modern audience? Why don't you just tell an effective story? Why don't you start with that? Why are we mastering the trick shot when we have not yet mastered the slap shot? James Cameron goes on to say, you've got powerless main characters essentially fighting for their lives who get no support from existing power structures and have to circumvent them but somehow maintain a moral compass. And then you throw AI into the mix. Well, close quote. I love all that. Like, that's a very effective and accurate description of the heart and soul of the first 2 films. Like, that's an excellent description of those. I think you should do that, James. You should do that again. But that's not a description of Terminator Dark Fate. That's not a description of Terminator Genesis or Salvation, or even Terminator 3. Let's just keep it real. Quote, those principles are sound principles for storytelling today, right? So I have no doubt that subsequent Terminator films will not only be possible, but they'll kick ass. But this is the moment where you jettison all of the specific iconography, close quote. You mean all the iconography that has failed? God, this is frustrating. Previously, James has admitted that parts of the Terminator are, quote, pretty cringeworthy. He's talking about the original Terminator. He says, I don't think of it as some holy grail, that's for sure. I look at it now, and there's parts of it that are pretty cringeworthy, and parts of it that are like, yeah, we did pretty well for the resources we had available. Just the production value, you know? I don't cringe on any of the dialogue, but I have a lower cringe factor than apparently a lot of people do around the dialogue that I write. You know what? Let me see your 3 out of the 4 highest grossing films, and then we'll talk about the dialogue effectiveness, close quote. Oh, jeez. Salty, aren't we, James? Very salty opinion. He does not like it that people don't. I mean, listen. It's a fair rebuttal to say, like, I want to see you do 3 out of 4 greatest grossing films of all time. Okay, fair. But dumb dialogue critique, also fair. I actually don't think that's really the problem with any of Cameron's work, though. I actually don't think bad dialogue is really a failing of Cameron. I think, to me, what fails in the Avatar films is giving us a reason to care and the depth of it. It's the depth of the lore that is where he fails. And not even because he doesn't have it, it's because he doesn't show it in the film. That's where it fails. The dialogue is actually pretty good in Avatar, I think. What fails is the plot. It's too thin. The moral complexity of Avatar is totally lacking. And what's strange is that in his production notes, Cameron already lays out the moral complexity, which is that Earth is dying. Unobtainium, speaking of Avatar, of course, unobtainium is the only thing that is changing that. Humanity desperately needs it, which is what is motivating the displacement of the Na'vi. Why is none of that in the film, James? You wrote it! Why isn't it in there? That's not our fault! Whatever. So anyway, he thinks that Terminator is going to be awesome when they inevitably dig up that corpse and do it again. Just let it die. Just let it go away. Work on your Avatar movies, James. Put more effort into those, please. I would like that. I would enjoy that. I would enjoy it if the Avatar films, because I like the Avatar films, I would enjoy it if they actually had a meaningful and uplifting ending. I would like that. Please work on that. Let Terminator go. In the words of James T. Kirk, let them die. Has it ever occurred to you that this crew is due to stand down in 2 weeks? Should have spoken to me, Spock. They're dying, Jim. Let them die. I've never trusted Klingons. Can never trust them. Not since the death of my boy. Foreigner Belt says, we have a plan to milk this franchise. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. So yeah, that's trouble brewing for Terminator. But, all right, let's pivot now. If you don't know, wokeness, having finished its total destruction of the film industry, has moved on to greener pastures and to more healthy hosts to be parasites of. And that new host is AAA Gaming. The wokies, the mediocre DEI hires have absolutely infested that industry, and they have dragged down multi-billion-dollar projects one after another, and one company that is absolutely setting money on fire, much the same way Disney does, and I don't think they have as much of it as Disney has, is Ubisoft. So let's have ItsaGundam take us through the demise of yet another failed woke project. Take it away, ItsaGundam.
I don't know whether the game Assassin's Creed should have him as the main character or it should have somebody else as main character. Quite frankly, I don't care.
But you have nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
You see no royalties or anything.
Don't attack Yasuke. Don't. No, it's nothing to do.
If you're trying to lose weight, this might be something that would interest you. Like me, you try to fit in working out, lifting weights, cardio as much as humanly possible, but real life gets in the way. You're counting your calories, you're looking at macros, you're meal prepping.
I learned that from Jeremy.
What might surprise you is your metabolic flexibility may be the issue at hand. Lumen helps me to understand how the food I eat fits into a bigger picture of how easily my body shifts from burning carbs to fat. First, Lumen gives you your daily macro recommendations based on what's going on with your metabolism that day, so you can fuel your body with what's best for you. Then right before a workout, just breathe into the Lumen, and it'll tell you if you're burning carbs or fat. And then it'll be like, hey, you might want to get a few more carbs in before this workout. In the long run, these small changes really add up and make all the difference when trying to lose excess fat and gain muscle to improve your metabolic health. So if you want to take the next step to a fitter, healthier version of you, go to lumen.me/Gundo or just click the link in the description to get 15% off your Lumen today. Or use a QR code, whatever.
Agreed, Anthony Timmons. Ubisoft.
When the Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer dropped, it was a bad idea. delivered to fans on a totally tone-deaf level that only Darkside Phil could comprehend and justify.
You were dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer. It doesn't matter if it's honesty or not. It's still an answer.
Many people wanted a story based on Japanese leads, set in, of all places, Japan. Go figure. But that didn't have enough representation. Only in a Western society can we look at a game set in feudal Japan and say, how do we make it more diverse? On September 9th,
oh my god. He's so right. Dude, but for the record, you know, if you're just joining us, this is why wokeness is a sick worldview. This is why it's sick. Because only a twisted ideology would say, oh, gee, well, Japan, their own history isn't diverse enough. We need to go find someone else, some other ethnicity, to occupy the space of being a samurai warrior. The Japanese, that's just too boring. It's too boring to have a Japanese person be a Japanese samurai. Are you crazy? Are you some kind of Neanderthal? They're wackos.
Shares of Ubisoft took a tumble.
Ubisoft shares plunge again after investors urged company to go private.
By September 24th, the rights had hit the fan.
Ubisoft announces cancellation of official Tokyo Game Show 2024 exhibit program. The gift campaign that was held to commemorate the exhibit will continue. The company was scheduled to announce information about the new titles, but it was canceled just before the event due to various circumstances.
It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic.
As far as the Ubisoft backing out of Tokyo Game Show, it can only be speculated as to why such a surprising decision was made. Part of it could be due to Assassin's Creed controversy. The game has been criticized by some gamers of Japan for historical inaccuracies.
Yes, only some gamers were bothered by it. The Japanese seem happy about Assassin's Creed going down in flames. That's so odd, because a former Sweet Baby employee told me that only online chuds in America pretended to be Japanese on Twitter didn't like it. Weird.
A couple of months ago, the New York Times actually got in touch with me to ask me about Assassin's Creed, in which I was like, yeah, reception's honestly like kind of positive, and a lot of the comments you'd see under videos were like straight up like Google Translate comments.
Computer says no. Ubisoft saw how well.
Imagine the arrogance. The absolute arrogance. You have Japanese people who are going and commenting on the videos and saying, hey, you put a foreign person in the role of a Japanese samurai, and I find that insulting to my culture. And it takes some white Western journo to just be like, oh, that's not real criticism. That's not real. That's not a real thing. That's a Google Translate. That's just a chud who doesn't like that black people are in Japan. Black people exist in Japan, you bigot! It's like, what? These people are nuts. They are nuts, man. What a psycho. It's like, dude, what's incredible is God, I just can't even believe the opportunity you've missed. Like, there's no culture in the world that is better for an Assassin's Creed game than feudal Japan, and they still find a way to fuck it up. It's a layup, and they find a way to fuck it up. Oh my god, dude! You know, if instead of Shikishima in Godzilla -1, we had like some like American just shoehorned into the story who flies the mission against Godzilla, I would have hated that. I would have hated it. It's like you know, just some Wonder Bread white, like Austin Butler. Yeah, like they go get Austin Butler to play like an American who like he's an ex-GI and he just got stuck in Japan after the war, and he's just bunking with a Japanese family. You know, he's just bunking with Shikishima and Noriko. And he's the one that has to, he's an American pilot and he has to fly the mission against Godzilla. God, that would have been awful. I would have hated that. Would have hated it. It's like, it's so amazing to me. These wacko Looney Tunes narcissists. It's a sick worldview.
Well, Dustborn did recently in Japan and pulled the ripcord. The booth was so dead that Dev had to play the game all by himself, praying to God that someone would become curious or interested.
Star Wars Outlaws sales were softer than expected, so Ubisoft is slamming the release it on Steam button early. Ubisoft's open world Star Wars game will continue on Steam in November.
Nobody cares. If we look a little bit into the article,
the Star Wars Outlaw release in August is a pretty good game by many accounts, including our Star Wars Outlaw review. Another PC gamer writer went into Outlaws expecting to be disappointed both by Disney-era Star Wars and by today's open-world Ubisoft formula, but was pleasantly surprised. Outlaws is a very good time and a very good Star Wars game.
I'm dead inside.
It's a pretty good game.
Dude, Gundam is a great... He is a great video maker. God, he's got just a wacky... He's got a wacky sense of humor. I don't know where he gets it. It's awesome. It is so awesome. Isn't it just wild, the level of self-deceit that the video games companies and the Access Media and the Shills, they're like a triad. They're like a dark triad of self-deception. It's like the more something fails, okay? It's like the more something fails, the more they lie to themselves that it's not failing. It's not failing at all. It's like they're like... It's like voters in a Democrat city, in a blue city, where there's just feces on the streets and tent cities and, you know, just roving grape gangs, you know, and they're like, oh well, we're trying to solve the crime problems. We took the important brave step of banning the police, and now we're working on solving the crime problem, but it's not solving. We're trying our best to solve it, but it's just not solving. We're trying to solve the stealing problem, but it's not solving. We're trying to solve the inflation problem, and we're doing good, but it's not solving, and it's not our fault. That's what these video game companies are like. We made a really good game, and everyone loves it. It's just the pickle is that people aren't liking it or buying it. But we're doing our best. And it's a good game and everyone wants it, but nobody's buying it. We don't know why. But it's definitely not because it's bad. It's like, imagine living your life this way.
When it isn't a horrible, poorly programmed, rushed for the fall gaming season laughable mess.
He's just showing
Ubisoft would have
all the
gotten away
bugs
with
in the
it
game.
too, if it wasn't for those meddling gamers. Frankly, it's hard to trust anything gaming journalists say anymore, especially when they push games like Concord to no end, and then become distraught, oddly enough, when the game fails. Assassin's Creed...
Dude, he just highlighted a line from a shill article that was like, Concord is not the absolute dumpster fire that the internet would have you believe. Oh, wow. What an incredible defense. What an impressive apologia for such a fine, lionized work of fiction. It's like, imagine that's your defense. Imagine that's your defense. It's not the absolute dumpster fire that people say it is. Oh, wow. Really convincing, bruh.
Official Twitter on that very day announced the delay of Assassin's Creed Shadows till February. The long and the short of it is a bunch of crap you don't care about.
This is an ambition addition to the franchise, a rich experience.
He's got a picture of Steve Harvey as just a very bored, uninterested Yasuke. I think that's Steve Harvey. I can't be sure.
That can be lived through the eyes of two unique protagonists, but we realize we need more time to polish and refine the experience, pushing further some of our key features. As such, we've made the decision to postpone the release date till February 14th, 2025. The game will...
God, this sounds like Bob Iger. This just sounds like a corporate goon. Taking no responsibility, making excuses, you know, promising to fix things on the margins. Your stupid game is rotten to the core, you idiots. The whole thing is a piece of shit. It's shit. You can't fix it with stupid little press releases that are, oh, we'll fix this here and we'll polish that there. That ain't gonna cut it. God, they're so deluded. This is why, dude, they're not being defeated because we are some grand army of the Republic. They're being defeated because they are stupid people that eat glue.
Released on a broad range of platforms, including Steam launch. Additionally, pre-orders will be refunded, and all future pre-orders will be granted the first expansion for free.
Which is most likely just cut content from the main game. These game companies have been doing this for years.
We understand this decision will come as disappointing news
to nobody except for the most fervent Ubisoft fans. Other articles stated this.
Assassin's Creed Shadow staff reportedly pushed for Ubisoft to delay the game for months. The decision was finally made following the Star Wars Outlaws' disappointment.
Look, this is a case of two things going on, right? So on one end, I gotta move that.
Oh my.
The game that...
There we go. Oh, jeez. What is this? This is a case of two things. So on one end, you have wokeness, that is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. In other words, hiring people based on race, sexuality, and sex. In other words, bigotry and racism. So hiring people based on their skin color, that would be DEI, has resulted in, rather than hiring people on merit or qualifications, regardless of their race or sex, you have imported all of these people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they're spending all of their day working on freaking pronouns in dialogue while they're not working on fixing bugs and actually creating an enjoyable gaming experience. On the other end of this, you have Ubisoft, a ossified corporation that is incapable of actually identifying the problems in the creative pipeline. They just demand. Product, consume product. They have their entire creative team telling them that they need to delay the game, that it is not ready for showtime. And what do? They just shit it out anyway. And then when it's a turd and it fails and they lose all this money, what do? Another press release. That'll fix it. So it's really corporatism combined with activism that is destroying these games.
Clearly lacked polish when the gameplay trailers launched and looked buggy as hell, was only delayed when Ubisoft saw when gamers were not going to buy half-baked games anymore. The jig was up, and it required a bit more work.
How do you pass the trailer like this?
Yeah. Yes, good night, Anthony. Have a great night. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being part of Swords and Starships. The captain salutes you, so.
She missed.
Ah, また刀出てるよ.
Oh my god, the sword is poking out! She's crawling. Okay, she got no snow on her. Completely covered in snow.
浮いてる.
That's for the rats.
To do so, we created a mechanic called the posturata.
市内じゃん。普通の市内じゃん、これ。市内こんな時代ないよ。作ったよ。
Good job, Ubi.
SP is very, very strong. He can barge through
ちょっと待ってね。
What?
鍵ついてる？
He can barge through.
ほら、なんで普通に開ければいいじゃん。だってそこの板を外したら開くよ。
He's intelligent, though.
He's also super smart.
He's incredibly intelligent, okay?
これ、なんか、ボレに見えた。
Wait, they are.
So
they
basically, you
are
got so Japanese gamers are just making fun of the game. They're roasting the historical inaccuracy of the sword. They're roasting all the bugs.
It's floating! Look at that! Look at that! It's just there!
何これ、どこに向かって撃つんだ？外？
How did he get up there?
ここだろ、パルクールだよ。
Shit. Ironically, the Ubisoft CEO also had this to say on the same day, I think. Good lord. It's either the same day or 24 hours later. It's within that time span.
In light of recent challenges, we acknowledge the need for greater efficiency while delighting players. As a result, beyond the first important short-term action undertaking. Finally, let me address some polarizing comments around Ubisoft lately. I want to reaffirm that we are an entertainment-first company creating games for the broadest possible audience, and our goal is not to push any specific agenda.
Bull Bullshit. Bullshit. You have stuffed your company with DEI wackos who their only mission in life is pushing their sick agenda. So whether you want that or not, that's what is in your company. That's what you've let in your company. And you are not listening to your audience. You say, this is Ubisoft. You say you want to be an entertainment-first company, creating games for the broadest possible audience. Then why don't you listen to your audience? Especially your Japanese audience. Fools, man. You're fools.
We remain committed to creating games for fans and players that everyone can enjoy.
No agenda, huh? How do you explain this?
He's kind of gay.
It's not. What was that? You're going too fast, Gundam.
Agenda, huh? How do you explain this?
I can't see it. It's, what does it say? The diversity of our LGBTQ plus characters through the eyes of their writers. Oh, no.
He's kind of gay.
It's not gay, come on.
He's kind of gay. Seems kind of gay to me.
The diversity of our LGBTQ characters through the eyes of their writers.
Nothing says diversity like telling me it's diversity. Because the writing is so piss poor, the characters have to be defined by their sexuality. God help us all. No one in this day and age knows what the hell a creative writing class is anymore. The character's diverse. How? They're gay and genderqueer. Oh, good. This is really gonna hit home with modern gamers in the Midwest.
Assassin's Creed Shadow. Ubisoft hires LGBTQ activists to consult who wants to challenge moral standards around transgender national Earth.
This headline says, Assassin's Creed Shadows Ubisoft hires LGBTQ plus activist as consultant who wants to challenge moral standards around, quote, transgenerational sex, close quote. You know, I think back to that Star Wars Shills. Like, they just don't like wokeness. You're goddamn right we don't like wokeness because this is where it's going. This is where it has always been going.
I don't even know what the hell to make of that article, and we're not going any deeper.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
Oh me, oh my. How about this one, Cotton?
Focus on queer representation in gaming. Ubisoft teams are no strangers to designing queer characters, for example, to create OSHA, the first transgendered operator in Rainbow Six Siege.
Ban everybody who...
What the hell is it with wokies and the name OSHA? What's going on there? There's something going on there. I need to figure this out.
Just laugh, please.
The team worked with several trans consultants to ensure that the character's appearance and narrative would resonate with the community.
Oh boy. Why not hire people without making a spectacle of it? Which makes it seem less about merit and more about ticking boxes. And why not make queer characters without beating us over the head with it? I don't know, it's just an idea from your local bigot. But why should we have to know if someone's queer or not? Why don't they just be a compelling character and you find out later in casual conversation like, whoa, they were gay the whole time? Rumors started to spread that Ubisoft was removing Yasuke from the game.
There's a current rumor going around that Yasuke is supposed to be removed from the game. Personally, I think it would be a shame, as it would affect the story and the combination of local and foreigners would be lost.
You know, it's such an act of hubris to have him be the main character. It's like, you could easily have him be a supporting character. That's 100% reasonable. To have Yasuke be a supporting character in the story, maybe even a companion, maybe for a mission or two, you play as him. Sure, that'd be fine. But the main character should be Japanese. Japanese. But what's fascinating about this is that they're in a box, folks. There is no way they can write Yasuke out of this. They are stuck because they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. It is flat out, by their definition, cultural appropriation and racism to have race swapped a historically, culturally Japanese character for a non-Japanese character. But if they then remove him, they will be bowing to the bigots. And they will, of course, themselves be racist for removing a black character from a game. There is no way to win this. They've created an unwinnable scenario. It's a Kobayashi Maru. It is the Kobayashi Maru for Ubisoft.
This is ridiculous. The company that won't even put in enough effort to release a polished game is going to put in the effort to remove and replace a character. This rumor was quickly debunked because it was stupid.
Rumor Yasuke's removed.
So, Foreigner Belt says, Gundam is gay, but he's on our side. So he kind of has that out of left field take on things. Plus, he's really smart, awesome dude. I didn't know that about him. Has he ever said that? But, yeah, I don't need a but after that statement. Gundam is gay, but I don't need a but. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that. I have no issue with that. He is who he is. What we have an issue with is activism. Activism which insists that we must artificially insert things into into stories when there's no real story basis for it. There's no real... It's not about the primacy of the story. So I know what you're saying, Foreigner Belt. So I'm just saying I don't need a qualifier. Someone is who they are, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Roll tape.
Removal from Assassin's Creed Shadows debunked by
I didn't know that.
Tom Henderson.
Who's he? I guess he's some insider. Who cares? On October 4th, Ubisoft...
I do know that about Rags. I do know that about Rags on EFAP, and Rags is fantastic.
Fell down the stairs and their shoes fell off because Tencent and Guillemot family are said to consider buying out of Ubisoft. One of the possibilities being discussed would involve teaming up to take the company private, according to people. Let
me put it another way. I think everybody has a right to live their life, be treated with dignity. Their freedom should be respected so long as they are not infringing on the freedoms of others. And I do not think that because you are gay or lesbian or transgender, it means you must be a radical, crazy, amoral, psychopathic communist. And the idea that you either bend the knee to a quasi-psychopathic communist totalitarianism as if that is what it is to be gay, lesbian, etc. That is abhorrent, and that is what I oppose. That is what I oppose.
Right. Ubisoft is doing so shitty that a hostile takeover is on the table. Reactions were mixed between people thinking Ubisoft being bought out would be a good thing, while other people thought it was the worst case scenario. And ultimately, Ubisoft put itself here with a litany of bad decisions on the level of modern Disney, but without the billions of dollars to prop themselves up and weather this storm of failure. Ironically, this new...
Starfury says, where you stick your bits is the least interesting thing about anyone. I mean, I basically agree, but sometimes it's interesting. You gotta admit. Sometimes it's interesting. It depends on the story. It depends on the story.
Help Ubisoft stock prices go up 30% from buyers hoping to get bought out for a nice chunk of change in the hostile takeover if it ever happens. Probably won't. You wasted your money. With some people on the internet, specifically Twitter, celebrating Ubisoft possibly being bought out and reducing its staff to a skeleton crew because that's what Tencent does, the Ubisoft director blames gamers and says that they've been exposed as non-decent humans.
I rarely post on social media, but today I'm sad, ashamed, and sad.
What?
The gaming industry is rough at the moment. We all know it, but seeing how gamers react...
Starfury says, the only time it's interesting, that would be where you stick your bits, is if you might be getting some. Basically, that's basically true.
Social media wishing ill fate to companies and people alike is sad.
Uncle Roger sad now.
And not only towards Ubisoft. Even though it's always the vocal minority that expresses themselves on social media, I was hurt and ashamed to be part of this community. What is even more revolting is coming onto LinkedIn and seeing the same comments from people within the industry on top of exposing yourself as clearly being non-decent human beings.
This is funny. He's gay.
You are affecting thousands of employees that are already impacted by all the hate despite doing their best to deliver an incredible experience.
trailer looked like shit.
How could you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you, or that the product does not please you, is beyond me. We are all in the same boat. Please, please, please stop spreading hate. We should all uplift each other instead of bringing each other down.
This is a big...
You know, that's such a straw man argument. I never wish for a company to fail because they make content I do not like. If they make content I do not like, I'm not interested in them. I don't care about them. It is when they undertake to destroy pre-existing content I do like, that's when I want a company to fail. Such as Disney. Screw Disney. Screw Lucasfilm. I want them to fail. Because they are bullies. They are purveyors of lies. And they are destroying something which, though they did buy it, they are not the creators of it. Nor do they own the fans. Nor do they own the stories those fans love. Much as they may claim otherwise in their fine legal print. I want companies to fail that do bad work so that we get good work. I want companies that make things like Sonic the Hedgehog and One Piece live action. I want them to succeed. It's the companies that make The Acolyte and then character assassinate their own customers as bigots. Those are the companies I want to fail.
Business, dude. The whole game plan is to...
And by the way, there's nothing I need to do. Me wanting it is irrelevant. They are failing because their work is a failure.
Take out your opposition. This is what happens when you give everybody participation trophies. You create gay kids. Well, Stevie, let me break it down for you. Assassin's Creed Shadow wasn't made for the fans. It was made to suit the egos of developers who wanted to inject their luxury beliefs into Assassin's Creed game. Set in Japan, feudal Japan no less. It's not rocket science. Make something like the Ghost of Tsushima, and you guys would have been rolling in dough. You give the people what they want, you stay in business, and you grow. You tell the people that they are ignorant bigots, you go out of business, the game flops, and the Chinese take over. That's life. Welcome to showbiz. Grum said it best at the end of his tweet.
Also, catering to gamers and pleasing them is literally your job.
Exactly. Vice President of Rainbow Six, Cameron Lee, has left Ubisoft. Oh no, some of the executives are jumping ship. As if that wasn't enough, Ubisoft was targeted by a class action lawsuit for allegedly sharing customers' data with Meta, meaning they sold it. The lawsuit was filed on October 3rd at the U.S. District Court. Who cares about all this? It's just never ending with Ubisoft. There's always something with this company. Well, you're basically caught up with your dose of digital garbage, children. That's it for me. Adios, bichachos. Invest wise.
Hat tip, ItsaGundam, a brilliant analysis and chronicle of the doom of old Ubisoft. Speaking of trash getting what it deserves, Joker, Folie, is failing. Failure. Absolute failure. In fact, what was that? I think I saw something in the chat that I wanted to highlight. Skunk says, the companies and shills apparently want us to leave the fandom, Captain. Yeah, well, you know, maybe we can't have Star Trek or Star Wars or The Wheel of Time or The Lord of the Rings or Indiana Jones or any of the other great franchises we've lost. Maybe we can't have them back, but we'll damn sure avenge them. We can't have them back, but they can't get rid of us either. So, it's a standoff. It's a pickle. It's definitely a pickle, and it's their problem, not ours. You know, we're just the rash that won't go away. We're just out that we won't go away. You can't get rid of us, Ubisoft. Disney. Like to see you try. Hey, this is what so before Joker Folie arrived in theaters, I was excited for it. I was very excited for it. I thought, you know, it's definitely a reach to do a musical It's definitely a reach to do a sequel to a movie that did not need a sequel. Still, to do something that daring and that audacious, it must mean that there's a good reason for it. And for that, and the trailers look good, and so I am willing to be open about this. And I made the mistake of getting excited. Classic mistake, Captain. Classic mistake. I made the... But I'm going to show you the moment on this very show. A couple of weeks ago, before the film came out, there were a couple of reviews, early reviews that trickled out, and you saw me in real time change my optimistic appraisal. I was sitting here defending it. Joseph Ricci, who we haven't seen in a couple weeks. Where are you, Joseph? I miss you. We've been moving the time slot around, but Joseph Ricci, I hope we catch you again. But he was trying to tell me that, Captain, you're not going to like this movie. What? What do you mean, Joseph? So I'm reading these reviews, okay? This is literally the moment in real time a couple of weeks ago that I updated my opinion on what I was in for with Joker. Okay, here it is. Richard Lawson at Vanity Fair gave the film a 30. He wrote, "Very little happens beyond those walls, reducing the film to cramped psychodrama. It's startlingly dull, a pointless procedural that seems to disdain its audience. Oh, it sucks! It sucks! I'm not going to watch it! No! I'm out. I'm out." That's exactly what I was afraid of. I was exactly afraid of that being this movie. It's not going to be about the Joker being the Joker. It's going to be about a stupid melodrama that all takes place in his head. That's it. I've read enough. I've read enough. How many of these? How many of these? I just knew it. These fucking Hollywood creatives are so impotent. They are impotent. Creatively. They can't get it up. Luke Skywalker needs to be a wise mentor, teaching Rey how to fight. Why isn't he? Indiana Jones needs to be a treasure hunter, looking for treasure. Why is he following around Phoebe Waller-Forehead? Nick Fury is the spy master who created the Avengers. Why is he going from pub to bar to pub, apologizing for existing? Promise of the premise that why the Joker is supposed to be a cackling clown who is a threat to Batman. Why are we watching a movie about him doing musical numbers in his head? There you go. Now, yes, a very well done, Captain, if I do say so myself. A brilliant analysis. Captain, salute to the Captain. A bit incestuous, but the Captain will allow it. I was right. I was basically right. I called it. All I had to do was read that review, and I'm like, that's what this is. That's what this is going to be. It's going to be all mulching over in his head. Nothing's really happening. He's not setting Gotham on fire, none of that. And it was exactly that. And guess what? In the words of their own hated character, you get what you deserve. I found this article. Let me pull up this article here. Hat tip, Matt McGloin over at Cosmic Book News. Joker 2 box office crumbles, loses #1 spot. Let's give a big round of applause to Todd Phillips and David Zaslav for Joker 2, which has absolutely crumbled and lost the #1 spot at the box office in less than a week. The sequel to the billion-dollar movie that cost 4 times more is also the biggest comic book movie bust of all time when the gross is factored in, opening even less than Marvel's blunder, The Marvels. If you can believe it, Joker, Folie also opened less than Sony's Morbius. Hey, it's joking time! The joke's on David Zaslav, who forked over a massive $200 million to Todd Phillips, who reportedly didn't want any advice and didn't want to save the studio any money by filming outside of Los Angeles. Wow, what a precious little diva is Todd Phillips. I'm pulling up this article. Hang on a second. Copy, link, address. I'm just pulling up this article just to see if it interests me. It's another Cosmic article that says Todd Phillips wanted nothing to do with James Gunn. Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Give me a quote. Give me a quote, Cosmic. According to, I'm literally reading another article. Let me just share this tab. Here we go. According to a report from Variety, director Todd Phillips is to blame in what sounds like a big case of Phillips' ego getting in the way. So what happened with the first Joker is that it almost didn't get made. Reportedly, the studio was against it, and it was even reported that Jared Leto, the worst Joker ever, the DCEU's... I don't want to read this stupid line. I'm so tired of this phrase, clown prince of crime. I hate it. It's this cliche phrase that's going around all of the articles, and it's driving me nuts. Tried to stop the film from getting made. So Jared Leto tried to stop the first Joker film. It's safe to say Phillips was none too happy. When Joker was released, it blew away expectations. So with Joker rating in $1 billion, a belly killer, apparently Phillips was given the keys to the kingdom. That is apparently where things started to go south. God, it's, there is no middle speed with corporate types, is there? Either they will take no risk whatsoever. They will give no control whatsoever to their own talent. But then when they're proven wrong, they just throw them the keys to everything and say, do whatever you want. It's like, no, why can't there be a middle ground? 2 years after Joker was released would also see the producer on the first Joker depart from Warner Brothers with Phillips, Bradley Cooper. Now, what's interesting is Cooper starred with Lady Gaga in A Star is Born. What happened there? Fast forward a year or so later, and Joker 2 started production right when James Gunn and Peter Safran took over DC Studios. Well, apparently, Gunn and Safran had no say in Joker 2. As pointed out by fans, Joker, Folie en Deux, doesn't have the DC Studios logo at the heart of the film, and Gunn recently replied to fans on social media that every film and character after will be DC Studios. Variety also points out that Todd Phillips was asked about Gunn and Safran by Collider. When asked if the production process changed, the pair succeeded DC head Walter Hamada. Wait, what? With all due respect to them, this is kind of a Warner Brothers movie. Phillips had just given DC the middle finger. There was no DC Studios logo. So there's a bunch of studio drama going on. I'm trying to find the lead in this article here. There's a long, circuitous path we're going on here. Phillips being a diva, won't film in a less costly location. Well, credit to Warner Brothers. They were trying to get Phillips to cut the budget. They were trying to get Phillips to spend less money, and he wouldn't do it. It sounds like Todd is that would be Todd Phillips. He's kind of an asshole, is what it sounds like. Just does not give a shit. He's a total diva. My way or the highway. I don't give a fuck what you want. Like, that's not surprising, given what he produced. Let's see here. Yes, I see Darth Solo on the Discord. Hat Tip Discord. Join the Discord. Mentions Star Wars, let's see, we have an article. Star Wars introduces transgender stormtrooper named Sister. Oh, jeez. Literally, the purpose of the stormtroopers is they are faceless, nameless characters. There's no reason to know anything else beyond the helmet of a stormtrooper. Unless you're going to introduce some moral complexity, let's say with a stormtrooper who abandons the cult and joins the rebellion. That might be interesting. Oh, but they squandered that. Anyway, getting back to this original article. Thank you in the Discord for the suggestions. I appreciate it. In fact, the last Second to last topic we covered was suggested by Darth Venom. Which reminds me, I don't want to forget, in the Discord, our own Skunks Workshop is participating in something called the Jamcast Conservative Game Jam, and there's a link to it in the Discord, so check it out. That's happening on the 20th. Support our fellow skunks in the chat. So resuming with this Cosmic Book article, it's all smiles for Phillips and Phoenix, who both received a massive payday of $20 million each for Joker, Folie, along with Lady Gaga, who received a hefty $12 million. While we're joking around, the big joke is that as of Wednesday, Joker Folie dropped out of the top spot at the box office. Wednesday saw the Wild Robot animated movie take home $1.2 million, which came out 2 weeks ago, while Joker 2 fell to the number 2 spot at $1.2 million after only 6 days. For this upcoming weekend, The Clown will take the number 1 spot at the box office, but it might... for this upcoming weekend, it will take the number 1 spot, but it might be Terrifier 3. So which is it? I don't know. Estimates offer Joker Folie will fall off the face of the earth in its week 2, while Terrifier 3 could laugh its way to the bank and pass Todd Phillips, Phoenix, and Gaga with a $11 million opening. And there you have it. Just out of curiosity, let's just see what the general box office numbers are. So yeah, Terrifier 3, which starts out as an indie film. It's an indie film is the first one. And Chris Gore interviewed the director, Damien, what's his name? Damien Leone, that's right. Damien Leone was interviewed on the Film Threat channel, so check that out. And now Terrifier, the third one, it's like, look what can happen, man. Look what can happen. 3 films later, Terrifier 3 is like, now it's turning into like a cultural, like, thing. Wait, what? What is this? Oh, okay. I misread the subheadline. It said the Donald Trump feature, and it was... I thought it was talking about Terrifier 3. I'm like, what? I'm looking it through the Variety article here. Beetlejuice continues to flex its theatrical muscles, even though it's now available in the home on VOD. Still doing numbers at the box office. That's pretty impressive. Beetlejuice is beating Todd Phillips' Joker sequel, Folie, which is falling off a cliff. Look, folks, there's only so many more weeks I can say Folie, and so I have to make the most of it. Which is falling off a cliff in its second outing with an estimated $6.6 million, a historic decline of 82%. Until now, the Marvels held the record among comic book movies for the worst second weekend decline at 78%. Do you hear that, folks? Joker Folie has beaten the Marvels as being the worst second weekend decline ever for a comic book movie. That is an impressive distinction. And for a film that hates its main character, hates its premise, hates the fact that it even exists, and hates its audience, that is getting what you deserve. In the words of another Joker, well, you bought it. You bought it, Todd Phillips. I mean, he got paid, so I guess he doesn't give a shit. He trolled the studios, the fans, everyone, and he got what he wanted, I guess. I mean, I guess. Yeah, that movie did not make people very happy. The more I think about the ending of Joker Folie, the more dumb it is. The more absolutely stupid it is. It's like, why... It truly does dismantle the entire purpose of that first film even existing. It's like saying, let's do a character study of the Joker. What if we did a backstory of the Joker, and then what if it wasn't the backstory of the Joker? Wait, what? Doesn't that cancel out the exact point? No. Follow me on this. We've never seen the origin of the Joker. Okay. What if we did an origin story of the Joker? We don't really need that, do we? I know. But what if it was a really good origin story of the Joker? Just like What If? Okay, I guess that's kind of interesting. And what if it wasn't the origin of the Joker? Wait, what? Then what is the point of that? It's brilliant. That's the point of it. It's so brilliant. It's so genius. It didn't even need to exist, and yet it did. That's how genius this movie is. It's really depressing, man. Let's see. I'm just going to take a look at this article, see if it interests me. Yeah, I mean, we basically have... Share screen. We basically have... Look, this is just more of the insanity. Star Wars introduces transgender stormtrooper named Sister. Okay. In a groundbreaking development for the Star Wars universe, the franchise has introduced its first transgender stormtrooper character, Sister, so stunning, so brave, whose armor is painted in the pink and blue colors of the hideous-looking transgender flag, debuted in the recent Star Wars Secrets of the Clone Troopers. Oh, jeez. Sister has a secret. Do they not understand what the clones and the stormtroopers are? They are a militaristic organization that has a uniform that the entire purpose of being a clone is that you do not have an identity. It is not a forum for you to express your identity. Man, why do you think I call them wackos, folks? Wackos. They're insane. They are insane. But whatever. Moving on. I am not watching The Rings of Power. It's kind of funny. I sort of thought I would watch it, but there's two reasons why I'm not watching it. Number one, it really is boring. It is so boring. It's so boring as hell. I cannot stand the Harfoots. Oh, I love me bugs. Oh, I feel the little legs dancing in my throat. I'm so cute. I'm such an adorable little Harfoot. God, I hate the Harfoots. I hate you, dude. They say you don't hate the media enough. You don't hate the Harfoots enough, man. You do not hate them enough. They're so bad. So that's number one. Number two, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about the Rings of Power. Literally, I go on Google Trends and I compare different things like Joker, Folie, and, you know, Transformers 1, and then I throw Rings of Power in there as like a control. It's like the least interested topic in Google Trends. Nobody gives a shit about Rings of Power. So I'm just not watching it, right? But I am curious. The captain is a curious man. And I want to know, you know, so how did it all turn out? How did it end? And fortunately, there is a man who does study the Rings of Power, and his name is Gary over at Nerdrotic, and he's going to tell us, I have not seen this video yet, he's going to tell us how it ended. Mr. Producer, if you would share the video, please. Hat tip, Nerdrotic.
First thing to specify is that there's no such thing really as canon in Tolkien.
Starfury, where are me lucky charms? Oh, I'm an adorable little Harfoot. Oh, I'm so adorable.
The canons of narrative in any medium cannot be wholly different, and the failure of poor films is often precisely an exaggeration, and in the intrusion of unwarranted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies.
Wow, what an unbelievably brilliant... Dude, it literally describes why a transgender clone trooper is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It is literally, this is why that is dumb. Because we hate transgenders? No. No, pronouns and bio, hypothetical wacko. Because the canons of narrative in any medium cannot be wholly different, and the failure of poor films is often precisely in exaggeration and in the intrusion of unwarranted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies. In other words, it is not relevant to the story and has nothing to do with what's important to the story. Literally, the idea of a clone trooper expressing their unique individuality in any fashion whatsoever is literally antithetical to the point of the story. It literally is in direct contradiction of the entire point of the story. The clone troopers are by their very nature nameless, faceless, and without all identity. Their only purpose is to be slaves executing military combat objectives. Tolkien understood exactly what makes a story tick before we ever encountered these mediocre wackos ruining everything.
Matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies.
Nerdrotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet.
It's done. It's over now.
Well, almost. At least I don't have to watch an episode of Rings of Power Season 1 or 2 ever again, but there's still one more to cover. While the penultimate episode of Season 2 was the worst of the series by far, the finale is its dumbest. It devolves into absurdity, and you can just forget the lore or the canon that doesn't exist according to the Tolkien professor. This is just a bad TV show. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone at this point that showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, who spent over a decade in Hollywood, including a few years at Bad Reboot, and the only thing they managed to accomplish was a partial credit on a bad Star Trek movie. And
Star Trek Beyond. I hate that movie. It is so boring. It is the most boring of the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies.
And some genius at Amazon decided to put these two clowns in charge of one of the most venerated stories of all time, who set out to make Tolkien for dummies, and it turned out to be Tolkien by dummies. The good news is the last couple of installments have been unintentionally hilarious, so let's get this over with so we don't have to talk about it for at least a couple of more years, or even better, ever again.
I have no right to ask this of any of you, but will you follow me one last time?
Previously on the Rims of Power.
Let the Harfoots be your sole concern. I will see to the Eastar myself.
The Dark Wizard found his staff, and now the time has come for you to find yours.
There's something under the mines.
That's a huge fish! Innocent!
Once the deceiver obtains a being's trust, he gains the ability to sculpt their very thoughts.
The High King believes I may be vulnerable to deception.
No shit.
This is all his design! This is what Sauron wants! You forgot your bling bling.
I may have forgotten to mention that the finale is incredibly dumb and it doesn't waste any time. Let's get straight to the stupid. We open up in Khazad-dûm with Durin versus Durin. Durin demands Durin take off the ring, then Durin cries. Then Durin digs too greedily and too deep by himself. After that, Durin calls over Durin to check out the cavern full of mithril he just found and something else. Remember the Balrog from Lord of the Rings? And even though canonically...
Oh my god. You know what's incredible about Rings of Power? It is kind of a uniquely Rings of Power thing, is how it takes the just giant, massive, big ideas from the Silmarillion or the backstory of Lord of the Rings. It takes these vast, epic ideas such as the dwarves dug too greedily and too deep, which implies a civilization wholesale mining for gold and the kind of collective hypnotized greed of all the dwarves and the mountains of the gold and jewels that they had piled up, and it still wasn't enough. And they were living high on the hog, and they just kept going and going and going until one day they discovered something in the depths of the mountain that they shouldn't have, right? You know, in other words, it's this vast idea this civilizational scale. But this show reduces that to literally a king punching a hole in a wall, and that's the moment when the Balrog is discovered. So in other words, they take this grand, amazing idea and they shrink it. They shrink it into this dumb, banal, basic idea. This show is so filled with that crap, it's unbelievable. They take every single massive idea that Tolkien had and they squish it down into like one character doing a thing. You know, Anatar puts on a wig and now he's the great deceiver. It's amazing.
And I'm looking at you, Tolkien professor. The Balrog shouldn't show up for thousands of years. He's here. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Rings of Power I'm talking about. She's here. This is the point where the Rings of Power exemplifies why canonically there's only one Durin at a time. Durin! I mean, is Durin asking for help from Durin, or is Durin just yelling at Durin? I don't know. Anyway, Durin looks on as Durin decides to self-delete by attacking the Balrog that Amazon obviously licensed from Warner Brothers. I can hear you now, dear viewer. Why did Durin do this? It's completely pointless. It's not like it's going to buy anybody any time, and you'd be right. So now I have a couple of questions for you, dear viewer. What do you think happens next? The Balrog license from Warner Brothers destroys Khazad-dûm and kills every dwarf in it, or the Rings of Power rolls its opening credits and we never see the Balrog again. If you guessed the latter, you unfortunately have watched the Rings of Power. But we did get an explanation from showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay why the Balrog just goes back to sleep and doesn't bother anybody in Khazad-dûm for thousands of years. Because the fall of Khazad-dûm and the Balrog are an allegory, and we know how much the professor liked those, of climate change. When asked by the
Oh my god. Oh my god. When I say these people are fucking stupid, that would be Patrick McKay and JD Payne. Like they're so small-minded. Like literally it's like, "Oh my god, I'm going to tell a story about climate change. You think of the Lord of the Rings." It's like how fucking lacking in vision do you have to be? These are such stupid people. They literally cannot see past their own small little lives.
Hollywood Reporter why the Balrog just didn't destroy Khazad-dûm right there and then. McKay responds, "This is the thing where how do societies fall? Usually it's gradual and then all at once. If you want to use climate change as a metaphor, climate change is not an event. Climate change is a process that ebbs and flows."
You gotta be f***ing kidding.
There are a few storylines that the showrunners decided to mock.
My god. God, they're so stupid. They were historical illiterates, these people. You know, that's the thing. Tolkien was a brilliant scholar of actual history. And it's like these modern writers, they are soap opera morons. They are historical illiterates. Yes, there are plenty of times in history where a civilization fell by small degrees. There are also lots of times in history where entire civilizations fell overnight. Hello, how about the Aztecs? Hernán Cortés. That's an example. Carthage, razed to the ground over 3 days by the Roman Empire. Hello. Like, history is filled with civilizations that went extinct overnight. They're so stupid.
Up in the finale, and I'm going to go over them with the same care they did. But I want to give the showrunners credit. If they are going to truncate the entire Second Age into a short...
Dude, I got another one for you. It's even in the last century. Prussia. Prussia was a country and a culture with a national identity for hundreds of years until World War II. After World War II, Prussia was erased as a concept. It now exists as a word, but not as a country or even a national identity. It's gone. It was erased by the events of World War II. That's how stupid these writers are, that they're like, "Oh, no, the Balrog, no, civilizations fall gradually." Not always, you idiots. Literally, I just pointed to one in the 20th damn century.
Order timeline and include the events of Numenor, which canonically, Tolkien professor, take place well over 1,000 years after the events of Region. It takes a certain commitment to incompetence to take Isildur, the man who cut the ring from Sauron's hand, and turn him into a supporting character, with less screen time than the Amazon original characters female Sam, female Frodo, or modernity. And all he does is bond with Theo after he's abandoned by his surrogate father Don Lemonless, saw that one coming, makes out with the married Tolkien in Tolkien, and then fucks off to Numenor after finding out his father's a traitor and Ar-Pharazôn is the king. Speaking of Numenor, after Ar-Pharazôn is chosen as king because an eagle landed next to him, his throne is now threatened because Miriel gets spit out by a white sea worm, and yes, this is the same Miriel that's described in Tolkien's Legendarium as being fairer than ivory, pearls, or silver. And although the elves had a hard time getting a message in and out of Lindon or Region, one made it to Westerness.
We have learned why Miriel was able to bewitch the sea.
And Ar-Pharazôn has branded Miriel and her faithful as traitors for being in league with Sauron. And after fucking up the lore beyond all recognition so they can give Miriel some agency, all in effort to remove the mighty Elendil's agency. First, he's saved by his daughter, an Amazon original character with a nice rack, who for the life of me, I can't remember her name. And all this is done so Miriel can send the mighty Elendil on his path. She even gives him Narsil of the Shards of Narsil, you know, the blade that cut the ring from Sauron's hand, in another repurposed scene.
It is called Narsil.
The white flame.
Reclaim your lordship, and with this sword, your destiny.
Anduri, the flame of the west, forged from the shards of Narsil. Sauron will not have forgotten the sword of Elendil.
Elendil rides off into exile and Miriel gets arrested, and thus ends this in—
God, you know, it's such a good thing that, like, I just don't even consider this Lord of the Rings. Like, it doesn't even rate for me. It's just not even in the same universe. Because if I'm watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy and I'm thinking of these goobers, just these goobers, as the great figures that Aragorn is talking about, I couldn't deal with it, man. If I have to think of, like, the history of Gandalf as, oh yeah, he was wandering in the desert with these just creepy, just unwashed Harfoots just eating freaking bugs with him. Like, if I have to think of that, I'm gonna not respect him at all. I'm so grateful that I don't think of this as Lord of the Rings at all.
Installment of The Númenórean and the Restless. You know, we haven't heard from the Dark Wizard, female Sam, female Frodo, or Gandalf in a while, so let's get this one over with. There is some good news, though. We finally get the big payoff that they've been setting up for over 2 seasons that absolutely everyone saw coming. All while setting up another obvious mystery that will have 5s and 10s of people talking about it until season 3 comes out in 2026. Gandalf finally reunites with the Harfoots and the Stores, and confronts the Dark Wizard, who confirms he's one of the 5 wizards who are not supposed to show up until 1,000 years into the Third Age.
We are as kin. 5 of us there were.
Not to get too far in the weeds, but he could be one of the blue wizards, but I think it's far more likely that he's going to be another. After the Dark Wizard kills one of the bad guys from Furiosa, he claims not to be a Dark Wizard and asks Gandalf to join him, but when he refuses, the Dark Wizard decides to show how bad things will be under Sauron by killing all the Harfoots and the Stores. I'm starting to like this guy. Gandalf pulls a Rey Palpatine and saves all the Harfoots and the Stores. Except for this one, the Dark Wizard fucks off and says, we'll meet again someday, and I half expected someone to say, what a sour man. It's way too soon, though. That scene will probably happen in season 3 or 4. But if you think that sounds stupid, just wait, because we do get Gandalf's name in the most cringe way possible.
Don't be a stranger now.
No, God!
Thank you kindly, Grandelf.
No, God, please, no! No!
Goodbye, Grandelf.
No!
You cannot be serious. You cannot be serious. Oh my God. Oh my God. It takes such a special kind of stupid to think that you can rewrite and improve upon something as timeless, as deep and incredible as the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, to think that you can write the origin, just fanfic, write the origin of the name Gandalf. Oh my God, Tolkien, Professor Tolkien, he was a scholar. He was a linguist. He invented an entire language. The idea that anyone working on this project could ever hold a candle to that is so laughable. It is so laughable. The idea that you're gonna... The guy who wrote an entire language for his trilogy of novels, you're going to explain the etymology of the name Gandalf in your stupid soap opera show? Get the fuck out of here. There's stupid people like Leslie Headland that don't know they're stupid. Like, Leslie Headland, I mean... Yeah, okay. But they don't know they're stupid, but there's also, like, not thinking that you're a genius, right? I don't think Leslie Headland thinks she's a genius. She doesn't know she's stupid, but she doesn't think she's a genius. I think J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, they think they're geniuses. They think they have just towering Elon Musk level intellects. They think they are the storytelling equivalent of sending rockets to Mars. Like, they think they're geniuses. They think they're... you know what? I think they think they're better than Tolkien. I'm not shitting you, folks. I think they think this is... Secretly, they'd never admit it, but secretly, they're like, God, that's so brilliant. Why didn't Tolkien think of that? Oh my God, why didn't Tolkien think of this? Tolkien never thought of, like... I bet Tolkien never even asked himself why he's called Gandalf. This is so good. This is so good, Dan. I know, man. I know. It's so good. It's so good, JD. We're so smart. We should write the backstory for everything from now on.
Oh!
Gandalf.
No!
And I'm still going to call him Dan Galf. So he finds his stick. He gets his name. He goes.
Gundam has that clip in his videos. Kill me, I don't want to live, or whatever. Kill me, I want to die, or whatever. In Minecraft. It's like, that's how I feel right now. It's like, I can't take that.
Goes back to Jedi Master Bombadil, and it's time for some more repurposed dialogue from Harry Potter.
A wizard does not find his staff. It finds him.
The one chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
But we did get a line from female Sam that unintentionally describes the state of this show perfectly.
Some things can't be fixed. Some things lost are lost forever. Because this world's so much bigger than any of us. We've just got to accept it. What's broke is broke and won't fix.
And there's a...
Oh my God. They're trying to riff on the brilliant speech by Samwise Gamgee in The Two Towers. The unbelievable hubris of these goobers, these losers.
Potential good news or bad news. They separate Dan Gal from female Sam and female Frodo, so they could be writing the Harfoots and the Stewards out of the story, or giving them their own. Considering what they did this season, which was absolutely nothing, I'm leaning towards being written out of the story. Either way,
I don't care.
So let's check in on one of the multiple ships from this show, Sauron Brimbor. And just in case you think I'm being a bit hyperbolic, the Rings of Power creators on that big season 2 finale reveal and Sauron's mistake, from the Stranger's identity reveal to Guy Ladriel's fight and whether Sauron and Celebrimbor were lovers.
Oh, fuck off!
While Sauron is using Grandma Brimbor as a pincushion and torturing him, he brings up the fall of Gondolin.
Have you ever seen orcs in the heat of combat? The frenzy comes over them, the blood hunger. When Gondolin fell, they say it went on for weeks.
Keep Gondolin's name out your fucking mouth! Oh, wow!
If you want to know more about it, read the book. It's fucking awesome. And it should be no surprise Amazon completely fucks up the tragic end of Celebrimbor. Canonically, his dead body is used by Sauron as a battle standard. In the Rings of Power, Grandma Brimbor goads Sauron into skewering him by spoiling the end of Lord of the Rings.
The Rings of Power shall destroy you, and in the end, I foresee one alone shall prove your utter ruin! Oh, come on!
And his final words, I shit you not, are calling Sauron the Lord of the Rings.
I am their master. No, you are their prisoner. Sauron, Lord of the Rings.
What is this, amateur hour? But wait!
Oh my god. It just kills my soul. It just... Oh my god. This is one of the worst. This is one of the worst of these. I mean, there's Kurtzman Trek, there's the Acolyte, there's Echo and Secret Invasion, Agatha all along. I mean, what these two losers have done with the Lord of the Rings, it's like, it's probably because Lord of the Rings is so literary. It's like two idiots that tried to do fan fiction of like War and Peace. You know, tried to do fan fiction of Tolstoy. You know, one of the great masterworks of literary fiction. And they're trying to give it a backstory. You know what I mean? It's like, that's probably why it stands out so much, because Lord of the Rings is so towering in its legacy in literature. And there are examples of this with like other great works of literature. There are people that do like, try to do, you know, well, like Wicked basically was trying to rewrite Wizard of Oz. But that's a little different. Wizard of Oz being a film legacy, but my God, just to say Lord of the Rings, it's just so the greed of it. Anyway, roll tape.
This is followed by Sauron crying again.
Are you him? Are you Sauron? I have many names.
Yeah, and I guess one of them is Pussy. The last time we saw Galadriel, she was given the 9 rings for men to put their fingers in to get as far away from Region as possible. But when we catch up with our warrior of the wasteland, elven commander, slayer of orcs, girl boss, girl Barian, her dumbass is back in Region. So they can show her saving some women and little girls because men and boys don't matter. I mean, how do you expect me to believe that little 5'4" Morphic Clark is gonna save anyone? Just a reminder, Galadriel's supposed to be 6'4". Anyway, they run into some orcs and Galadriel gives herself up and offers up the 9 rings for men to put their fingers in, as long as the orcs spare the women and little girls. At this point, the only thing the orcs should be saying is,
Do it, kill her! Kill her!
And everybody else,
Oh, Rebel Moon did! Kill her! Dead!
and rip the rings off her dead body. Instead, the kinder and gentler orcs honor the deal and take her to Adar, who already has Nenya. And despite the ring Nenya healing Adar because Galadriel is so wonderful, he gives it back. Once again, he offers her an alliance, and this time Galadriel's going to accept.
Let this ring heal the rift between elf and orc.
What? This is followed by one of the dumbest exchanges in one of the dumbest shows ever made, and the worst misrepresentation of an adapted character in history.
Help me vanquish Sauron with it, and I swear to you, I will recall my children to Mordor, never to make war on Middle-earth again.
I have slain more of your children than any elf alive.
What the fuck? Far be it from me to point out that the Lady of Light is about...
God, the idea of the orcs as having like a civilization and like, you know, little baby orcs. Oh, they're so cute, the little tykes, little baby orcs, and they just want to live. They just want to have a little civilization. They're not bothering nobody. They're all ugly as hell. You know, but whatever. It's so stupid. It's like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Oh my God. You know, even like the Marauders in the Mad Max movies, it's like, give credit to George Miller. At least he understands that the Marauders in the Mad Max world, they're crazy, they're psychopathic, they're insane. There's no redeeming value. I mean, there is the occasional exception, like the War Boys, you know, who kind of just been raised that way, and maybe there's some hope for one or two of them. But generally, the reason it's called Mad Max is because everyone in the wasteland is mad. So, like, that's what the orcs are. They're marauders. They're crazy. They're not supposed to have a redemption arc.
To ally herself with the elf who committed genocide in the south and just sacked a region. But not to worry, because the alliance doesn't last long. You remember Gloog, the hard torturing and pillaging orc who just wants to provide for his family, betrays Adar. And then he gets Caesared as Sauron looks on. And what does Galadriel do? Does she A, honor the sacrifice Celebrimbor made for her and run away as far as she can, considering she has the ring Nenya, the 9 rings for men to put their fingers in, and nobody's paying attention to her? Or B, stand around like an idiot so we can set up some stupid fight between her and Sauron? If you guessed the latter, unfortunately you have watched the Rings of Power. Meanwhile, back in Region, the battle is over. Sauron has ordered all but the commanders be killed, so what the hell is Don Lemonless doing there? And didn't he get shanked a couple of times last episode and was left dying? Well, it looks like he found a healing elixir that fixed his armor. Somehow High District Manager Gilgadaddy, who canonically stood toe-to-toe with the real Sauron, finds himself in an orc's chokehold. And Doogie Elrond looks on as the orcs represent Jeff Bezos' treatment of the professor's work. And wouldn't you know it, they're saved by Deus Ex dwarves. I guess that Balrog was
barely an inconvenience.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, the battle of the Second Age. In this corner, weighing in at 105 pounds with her armor on, she's slain more orcs than any elf alive, the Lady of Fight, Galadriel! In the opposite corner, her opponent, can she change him? The Master of Wigs and the Dark Lord who feels really bad about it, Sensitive Sauron! Eventually, Sauron gets the best of Galadriel, and this is my favorite scene in the entire series. Now, never mind the fact, despite the Tolkien professor saying canon doesn't exist, canon...
You know, it's time for a little honesty, chat. Gather around. There is a part of me, and it's you know, it's the me that, you know, as a kid, you know, as a little kid, I'd be in the bathtub with the toys and just, you know, like attacking each other. And anything was possible. Anything was possible. Any character could be in any world, and they could be fighting each other. And that was fun. So there's that part of me that just enjoys playing with toys. Right? That could have fun with the idea of like, oh, look, let's have Galadriel and Sauron fight each other. But you know what's interesting is, as a storyteller, I would have to resist that impulse. I would have to resist that impulse. No matter how interesting or cool I might think that idea is, just for fun, like, oh, wouldn't it be fun to see this? Wouldn't it be fun to see that? It's like, but is that right for this story? Is that this story? Would that happen in this story? It's just, so, like, I can understand, if not condone, why normies, to some extent, enjoy this show. I've met a couple. As perplexing as that is. But they enjoy it on the level of, like, I don't know, I guess you would enjoy, like, a CW melodrama, but I can't help but think that, like, these writers should know better than to indulge. This is terrible fan fiction. I mean, that's basically what fan fiction is. Fan fiction is, I want to see this happen, so let's make this happen. This is just the worst kind of self-indulgent fan fiction ever. Some part of all of us probably enjoys a little bit of, like, let's just see these characters fight. But that doesn't mean it should happen in this show.
Ironically, Sauron never got near any of the elven rings. He's close to one now, and he was able to take the 9 rings for men to put their fingers in. And considering Sauron just shanked Galadriel with Morgoth's pinky ring, you may ask yourself, why doesn't he just cut the ring from her hand like Isildur does to him later? Nope, for some reason he needs her consent and he doesn't get it. Instead, Galadriel in this show fall off a cliff. That's about 2,000 or 3,000 feet high, and she lands like Wile E. Coyote. my God, I can't take this stupidity anymore. Let's just get it over with. The dwarves aren't bothered by the Balrog anymore, but they have some politics to deal with. Sauron fucks off with the 9 rings for men to put their fingers in. Of course, Galadriel isn't smashed into jelly, and Doogie Elrond heals her with...
What? This bitch is invincible. Like, she takes a pyroclastic flow to the face, and she's fine. She falls off cliffs, fine. She's just fine. She travels, like, Arctic frozen environments without proper attire or any food or supplies, fine. She's just fine. She jumps in an ocean. She jumps in an ocean and starts swimming with no land for hundreds of miles, no ship in sight, nothing, survives. What? It's so unbelievable. Wrangler points out Rings of Power, well, where elves get a plus 100 Thaco against pyroclastic flows. Wow, I am not nerdy enough because I don't know what a Thaco is. Skunk says, yeah, because if they are calling that Durin's Bane, I'm going to laugh. I'm just glad I've never given Rings of Power a second of watch time. Dude, this is numbing my brain. It's doing me head in. Starfury adding that she has a Wiimod cheat to beat the volcano. I totally agree.
Kenya, and we find out why.
With whatever that means.
After getting their asses thoroughly kicked by the orcs, the 3 men needed to ask the woman who caused all this mess by not telling anybody Halbrand was Sauron what to do next.
What course would you advise, Commander Galadriel?
You can talk to me, you know. I'm standing right here.
And apparently her genius idea was to have High District Manager Gilga...
What the fuck? What is this? She's just fallen off a cliff, and she's just like gets up and, oh, I'm a little tired, got a little bruise on my face. What? 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 I can't believe this. Dude, folks, never doubt me. As the great El Rushbo used to say, never doubt me, folks. These are stupid people. These are fucking stupid people that write this shit. Look, I don't want to be mean to anyone who likes this show. I really don't. How can anyone like this? Fucking how can anyone like this shit? It's like, dude, okay, so I had a normie. Okay, I had a normie who's liking Agatha. And is male. I had a normie who is male and is enjoying Agatha. You know, apropos of nothing. And why am I getting the Wi-Fi warning here? I really hate that. Hopefully I'm not roboting. And he kind of already knows I'm not a fan of Agatha because we had a friendly conversation and I picked his brain. I told you about it last week. I asked him questions. Why do you like it? What's your favorite scene? What did you think of this and Doctor Strange Mom? In other words, I was diplomatic, Captain. I was walk softly, Captain. So then, a couple of days ago, I'm minding my business and he's minding his business. And he was watching an episode of Agatha on his phone, and I was doing my own thing. And he turned to me, and he went out of his way to say, hey, I'm watching Agatha. And guess what? And I'm like, lay it on me. And he says, so it turns out that this kid, he's talking about the twink. He's talking about the twink. He says, this kid, it turns out he's Wanda Maximoff's son, which we all knew because we figured it out weeks ago. That would be Wiccan. And he's telling me about this, right? And I'm like, that this is I'm trying to be a good person, okay? I don't want to crush anybody who likes it. I really don't. I don't want to crush anybody who likes it. But I sort of want to crush it. I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, he already knows I have a negative opinion of this show. But he's still telling me about it as if this is interesting, you know? And I'm like, it's a normie. Be gentle, you know? And I'm like, what do I say to this? And so I said, yeah, I kind of knew. I kind of knew that that's where this was going. I guess in order to find that interesting, I would have to find it. I would have to find the character of Wanda Maximoff interesting, and I really don't. and he's like, I don't know. The conversation just persisted for a while, And I start asking him questions like, I mean, do you care? Like, is that really interesting to you? And he's like, oh, I guess it's kind of something, you know, whatever. And I'm just like, and I just went on a tear. I just laid it on him. I said, listen, Wanda was an interesting character in phase 1, 2, and 3. But then, and I just downloaded my thoughts on WandaVision and how stupid it is that she goes through the whole multiverse to get to steal children that aren't even hers, that didn't even exist, and how silly that is. And then he was like, oh, I see that. It's just that it's, you know, I just like Marvel and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair. You like Marvel. You enjoy seeing Marvel stuff. It doesn't have to be the most groundbreaking content in the world. I'll agree. Just disagree with that. And I should have shut my mouth. I should have just shut up and just let it go. But then, and I did for like 5 seconds, and I turned back, and then I like, it's just that, and that was when it all went off the rails, because I said, listen, I'm a guy who, and I tried to frame it as it's my problem, not yours, you know, I'm trying to be nice. I tried to frame it as, no disrespect to you, this is just how I feel about it. I need canon to mean something. I'm just that kind of guy. I've always have been since I was a kid. Canon means something to me. And so when canon gets destroyed by nonsensical things happening, it ruins the story for me. It just does. I can't enjoy the story beyond that point. And so the problem I have with modern Marvel is this. You know, I said, for example, because he knows the lore. I said, in Deadpool and Wolverine, when the TVA when Deadpool goes and gets Logan and brings him into his universe, what should have happened? And the guy, to his credit, immediately knew where I was going. He said, it should have caused an incursion. Right. Because that's what was established in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. If you bring someone from another reality into a reality to which they do not belong, it will create an incursion which destroys the entire reality. He's like, yeah, exactly. I said, so why didn't that happen in Deadpool and Wolverine? Why? And he was like, I don't know. I guess that's kind of a problem. I guess that's kind of a flaw, huh? And I'm like, yeah. And while that may not destroy the enjoyment for you, it ruins it for me, because now that's all I can think about. It's like, oh, well, what are the rules to this universe? And then I said they should have a series Bible. You know, Halo used to have a Bible, and then they threw that out in the 343 studios, and I just went on this rant. I went on this rant. And I've got a lot of, I got to go to confession. I got to go to confession and, like, pray this off of my conscience, because what happened next, I felt really bad. He says, he gets kind of quiet, because he agreed with me. He agreed with every point I was making. He acknowledged that I was correct about all those problems. And then he was quiet for a second, and then he turned back to his phone. He's like, well, I guess I'm not inviting you to any watch parties. And I was like, yeah, that tracks. Like, that's why I don't get invited. I don't get invited to watch parties. That's why I do a YouTube show. I do a YouTube show instead. I was like, I shouldn't have done that. I was like, bad captain. Bad captain. Be nice to people. I went all flame. I was like Star Fury. I got the flamethrower and I couldn't help myself, folks. Why did I bring that up? I brought that up because I'm watching this Rings of Power shit, and I'm like, how can you enjoy this shit? Which is what I wanted to say to the guy. How can you enjoy Agatha? How? How can you enjoy it? Yes, you have every right to enjoy it. No, you're not a bad person if you enjoy it. How can you enjoy it? It's not fair, and it's not nice, but it is how I feel. It is how I feel. Star Fury says I don't get invited anywhere. I wonder why. Star Fury's got, like, goggles and, like, soot all over his face, and he's got a flamethrower, and he's like, I don't know why I don't get invited. I don't know why people don't want me anywhere. Star Fury says flat-chested blondies are anathema to me. That's right. He likes a little junk in the trunk, our Star Fury. He likes more like a J-Lo in Atlas. By the way, Star Fury, I'm making my top 10 best and worst of shows and movies for the end of the year. because this is the end of the year tradition on the Swords and Starships channel. The captain does the top 10 best, top 10 worst films and TV of the year. Guess which film of which you are a fan, Star Fury, is on the top 10 worst. I made a definite effort to include it. I was like, I got to include Atlas. I've got to have Atlas on the top 10 worst list. So anyway, definitely I'm looking forward to Christmas time. Roll tape. Let's finish it out.
Daddy put his sword up in the air. That's it. Thus ends another abysmal season of the worst adaptation of a literary work of all time.
I would agree with that. I 100% would agree with that.
Systematic, deliberate dismantling of the professor's work to reflect the Los Angeles they live in today. The only questions I have left are, who are they going to ship Galadriel with next? Maybe her husband, Celeborn. And when are they going to show the Dwarven, Elven, and Hobbit genocide? And maybe we'll get the answers to these questions when the series ends in 2030. But I'll give them credit for this. The all-female directors they had for this season proved that women can suck as much as men. So we'll end with some unsolicited advice for Jeff Bezos. You took on the Tolkien fandom, and it was an embarrassing loss. So here's what you do. Fire everybody, and anybody involved with this show above crew level should never be able to work in Hollywood again, and cancel this show. Take that money and distribute it amongst your should never be able to work in Hollywood.
I want you to look at this picture of Jennifer Sulk.
For everybody, and anybody involved with this show above crew
there
level.
There she is. Yeah, Jennifer Sulk. And all I'm going to say is, the great Rush Limbaugh used to say, and I used to laugh and I used to wave my hand at it like, oh, that's just hyperbole. But this is what he used to say, folks. He said, feminism was created so as to allow unattractive women access to power. And I'm just going to leave this image with you of Jennifer Sulk, the executive producer of The Rings of Power.
Should never be able to work.
Cutting edge of societal evolution, folks.
Work in Hollywood again, and cancel this show. Take that money and distribute it amongst your warehouse workers. That would pump some money in the economy and make the world a better place. Or you could just continue to burn hundreds of millions of dollars. The choice is up to you. Hail to the Fellowship and fuck this show.
Nerdrotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
See, Universal, this is one thing about YouTube I don't understand. Like, he's got music from the Lord of the Rings films in his video. I don't understand how he gets away with it. I don't know how he does that. And a lot of YouTubers do this. So there's just stuff I don't know, and I'm learning all the time. But in any case, hat tip Nerdrotic, Gary over there just crushing it. His videos just get better and better all the time. I'm grateful for him watching that trash so that I don't have to. It really takes a load off for me. So, yes, thank you for watching, my dear sailors and starnauts. Please like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. And join us every weekend, Saturday or Sunday. We're trying to get back on Sundays regularly, but for now, it's kind of just, you got to just kind of watch the channel. I try to keep it at the same time, which is 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Next week, it will be Sunday, but I appreciate you being here. It's the best part of my week. I have great fun. And yeah, it's like there are some, I saw some rumblings on the Discord. A couple of our members of the Discord pointed out some shill channels, which Grizzy covers often, and said, this channel is pushing a bunch of bullshit about Acolyte and they need to be canceled. And I said, no, they don't. No, they don't. Free speech is big enough for everybody. Bad ideas die in the realm of free speech. But even if that weren't the case, it would be irrelevant, because the fact of the matter is free speech is the birthright of all humanity and always will be. It's not for me to decide who gets a YouTube channel and who doesn't. The audience decides that, and if an audience says, I want to see this shill clap like a Theo for the Acolyte, well, that's fine. I'm just fine with that. I love that. We are a free speech channel. We support the voice, everyone having a voice, even when it's the voice of a shill. Hell, I feel bad for them. They suffer, folks. They suffer. No, we are not cancel pigs on the Swords and Starships channel. We oppose cancel pigs. We oppose them on the left. We oppose them on the right. And always will do. The very day that I have a conservative cancel pig trying to cancel someone's YouTube channel, I will be right here, standing in the breach. You better believe it. Totalitarians are my enemy. Who's yours? Doesn't matter which side of the spectrum they claim to be on. They are my enemy. And always will be. So, in any case. But that being said, no, we mock the shills. We make fun of the shills. I'm grateful for the shills. Have you taken a moment to be grateful for the shills? They're fun. They're fun. Just not in the way they intended. Like the film Madam Web. Madam Web is actually pretty entertaining. I recommend Madam Web because it's so bad, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Nothing will quite compare to seeing a character without superpowers use the superpower of an ambulance that she stole from someone who needed it to drive it into the face of a super villain. Nothing will ever beat that. And on another level, philosophically speaking, we kind of need bad content in the world, because if it weren't for the bad content, we wouldn't know what good content is. So no, the answer to bad speech or lies or whatever it is more speech. It is only the purveyors of extraordinarily weak ideas that demand censorship. Those are the people that demand censorship. People that have weak ideas and are unable to defend their ideas. You know, what do I always note about the shills? They tell us how toxic and nasty and bigoted we are, while not telling me, why do you like the show, shill? Tell me what's good about it. But instead, they spend all their time talking about us, which suggests to me that they really don't have a defense of the show. Which, by the way, I would welcome it. I would welcome it. I'd love to debate the shills. I would. It'd be like, you know, the guy I'm referring to. I would just like, you know, I'd ask him questions mostly. Okay. What was better? What was better? Chimera in the Acolyte, or, and I'd use that voice too, or Darth Maul in the Phantom Menace? Like, which was more interesting to you, and why? You know, I would dig for the answers. Starfury says, please let me be a cancel pig for a day. Well, that is your affair, Starfury, and I cannot interfere. It's like Luffy, you know. Luffy is a pirate, and he dreams of being the king of the pirates. And when he encounters someone who's like, oh, my dream is to be a Marine and hunt pirates down. And it's like, that's at cross purposes with Luffy's dream. But Luffy is such a good guy that he's like, well, then that's the dream you have to have. Cough button. I'm like that, Starfury. It's like, no, we are not cancel pigs on the Swords and Starships channel. And then my master gunner Starfury says, but I want to be a cancel pig. And I'm like, well, that is your dream. And you must have your dream, Starfury. You must become a cancel pig. Starfury says, own it. We are nerdy assholes with taste and discernment. We are. I am a snob. I am such a damn snob. I was even watching Transformers 1, and I was like, I might have to tear this one to shreds. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh... I'm going to tell you, I really hate the dialogue in the first act of that film. I really hate it. Oh my God, we're so wacky. We're going on wacky adventures. And I'm just like, why are all the characters in this like hyperactive gerbils? I just don't understand that. Why can't they be a little more serious? Even the Sonic character who jokes and makes wisecracks all the time, he's somber and serious at times, which I appreciate about that character. But anyway. And so for that first, like, 40 minutes or so, I'm thinking I might have to tear this one to shreds. But then, you know, at the back end of the film, it kind of pulled it out of the tailspin and had a couple of brilliant moments. And I'm like, 6 out of 10. I'll give it a 6 out of 10. So yeah, just snooty. precious, just a prince that is hard to please. That's me. I just got that guy. He gets real quiet. And he said it in a very glum kind of way, too. He's just like, well, I guess I'm not inviting you to any watch parties. I was like, you should, though. I would be nice for a while. I would be nice. Listen, you should invite me to your watch party because I'm going to help you. I'm helping you. That's actually why I'm not invited. It's not because I'm wrong. It's not because I'm mean. It's not because I'm critiquing the show. That's not the reason why I'm not invited. The reason I'm not invited to the watch party of Agatha all along is because I'm right. And he knows it. And if I keep talking, I'm going to talk him out of loving the show. That's why I'm not invited. That's the dirty little secret. That's what the shills really hate, is the shills know that we're right. That's what they hate. Because if they listen to us long enough, they won't like it either. How do I know this is true? I know this is true because, as I've said many times on this channel, I was a blue pill once, and I know exactly how that feels. I know exactly how it feels to, like, kind of want to like it because it's the thing that you once loved, like Kurtzbetrek. Star Trek Discovery, they put Morn's species in it. Surely that means they care. Anson Mount was a very Star Trek-like captain as Pike, and that was cool. They referenced Archer. The Admiral referenced Archer and how he was the first Starfleet captain on Kronos. And that was good. That shows that they know Enterprise lore, right? So it's good, right? And then you listen to a smart nerd who's like, no, bro, it sucks. Here's why. And they just start breaking it on down. And by the end of it, you're just like, oh, it sucks. Star Trek sucks. And you're like, I don't want to live in a world where Star Trek sucks. I understand that. I understand. In exactly the same way, I understand why Cypher in The Matrix wanted to be plugged back into the Matrix. I don't want to remember nothing. Nothing. You plug me back into the power plant, and then you give me the codes to Zion? No, I told you I don't have the codes. But I know who can get them. Morpheus. That's right. You plug me back into the power plant, I'll give you Morpheus. I understand why Cypher felt that way. If I got woken up in that hell like Neo, I wouldn't be like, oh, show me how to dodge bullets. No, I'd be like, plug me right the fuck back in. You plug me back in. I don't want to know about any of this. I'll stop being a hacker, I swear. I'll work for the stupid software company and just collect a paycheck. They said, are you sure you want to do that? We have like super freaky, sexual orgies when we do our like town meetings, and all the hot people are there. I'd be like, how often? Like annual, like semi-annual. Let me think about it. Let me stew on the Nebuchadnezzar for a while. We'll see. I might be rethinking it. Yeah, so I understand why Cypher wanted to be plugged into the Matrix, and I understand why someone wants to believe that the MCU is not dead. That's why we're not invited to the party, because if we talk long enough, they're going to realize the truth, folks. They're going to see the code, the Matrix code. It's going to appear before them, and they're not going to be able to unsee it. That poor guy, I guarantee you, he's not enjoying Agatha as much now. He's not because I don't like it, because who cares what I think? Because I'm right. That's why. He's probably sitting there just like, I care less that Wiccan is her son, because I just realized that he even said, like, I didn't like WandaVision. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It's like, I should have been nicer. Captain should have been nicer. But whatever. Hey, I'm not perfect. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't know that you were Mr. Perfect. So, Geeks and Gamers covered the Halo pronouns thing. Oh wait, no, we were talking about the Clone Wars pronouns thing, weren't we? And then Geeks and Gamers went and covered pronouns in Halo. Oh, what the hell. Once more onto the breach. Run it, Mr. Producer.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Halo was the king of gaming. Master Chief was the most identifiable icon in gaming, right with Mario. And then...
That is such a brilliant point. Like, Master Chief was rivaling Mario. Everyone, even normies, knew who Master Chief was. Because he is 7 feet and 800 pounds of pure metal, muscle, devil may care, kill the enemy for humanity. And he doesn't say much. Master Chief, but what if you miss the ship, Master Chief? What if you miss? I won't. Fuck yeah. He's awesome. He's awesome. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Master Chief, we got a big situation. We got the Covenant everywhere. We got the Flood everywhere. Someone's got to stop him. I'll take care of it. Fucking badass, man. Badass. One of the best characters ever. And what do we get instead? We get Buttface. We get Pablo Schreiber, a man with a face shaped like the northbound end of a southbound goat. Hell. Let me find this real quick. All I have to type is Buttface. Because I titled it appropriately. No, I gotta... No! Find it for me. It's gotta be in here somewhere. Stupid computer. I'm shortening my search term. Because that might find it. If I shorten my search term. I must have deleted it. One of my recent purges must have deleted. Anyway, Pablo Schreiber, a.k.a. Buttface. He plays Master Chief in The Nude as a crying, pathetic, emotionally compromised loser who's constantly sobbing about his childhood trauma. I wasn't fair. I was made a Spartan I didn't want to be. I miss Cortana. I want to pay AI prostitutes to pretend they're Cortana. Pathetic.
Everything kind of fell apart after Halo 3. I mean, I liked Reach. A lot of people liked Reach, but a lot of people didn't like Reach. But that's where you started to see the divide within Halo fans. And then 343, and it just... everything fell apart. But you go back to the peak of Halo 1, 2, and 3. Some people say 2 was the peak. I think 3 was the peak. It seemed like everyone was playing Halo, and it really was a great time.
I totally agree. 3 was definitely the peak. Like, everyone knew about it. Everyone talked about it. Most of the people that played it did not even give a shit about the story. They just played it for the multiplayer. But the funny thing was, I would get normie friends of mine to play the campaign, and they would have to admit that the story was badass and awesome.
In gaming, Halo has tried to regain that relevancy, and every time they regain that relevancy or they attempt to regain it, they end up failing miserably. We had a nice little bump with Halo Infinite when it first released, and quickly that game fell off. We had the horrible and disastrous Halo television series, which is truly one of the worst things we've ever seen.
Truly.
You know, a lot of the games have just disappointed over the years. And now we have 343 Industries renaming to Halo Studios. And that's supposed to make all the difference in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there it is. I found it. Hang on a second. Present. Hang on. I got it. There it is. This is literally a screenshot from the Paramount show. This is literally from the scene. This is from the scene where he is sitting there in an AI brothel making like a fictional, like a character pretend to be Cortana, and he's crying about his childhood. Buttface! He's a very unfortunate looking man. Hey, it's not just the babes I make fun of, okay? That's an unfortunate looking man right here. And he insists on mushing his face all over every scene. It makes me sick. All right, that's enough of that. Where was I? Roll tape.
Halo Studios, everything's changed. Everything's getting back to the basics. We're going to use Unreal Engine. Everybody's excited. Everybody's hyped until you find out that the chief of staff is a person that puts identity politics first and foremost. That is the focus. Identity.
You know, honest to God, why are these nuts so obsessed with all this stuff? Like, just, you know, sleep with who you sleep with. How about you tell us in your bio about Halo? Wackos, man.
Identity politics first and foremost.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Because they don't think they're interesting people. They know that they're not very interesting people. And so this is the way that they artificially make themselves interesting and feel like they're part of something. Because they don't know how to be part of anything greater than themselves.
Foremost. Well, it didn't take long, and I mean, I wasn't excited when I heard the announcement. I haven't been excited. I did play Halo Infinite in the beginning, and I very much enjoyed it. And
I really enjoyed Halo Infinite's campaign because it was kind of an open world, and you could like conquer bases and upgrade the bases. You could call in like cool things, like you could call in Marines to help you. You could call in a Warthog at a certain base. I was enjoying that a lot, but I guess I stopped playing it because, I don't know, the story wasn't that interesting. Like, there were elements of it that were cool. Master Chief seemed like he was Master Chief again. You know, just old, grizzled, man a few words, Master Chief. Like, oh my God, Master Chief, aren't you afraid of these alien things? And he's like, I've handled worse before. I'm like, yes! Get him, Master Chief. But I don't know. The story wasn't that interesting for some reason.
Was fun, and then it just completely. They were not keeping up with the updates. They had massive numbers to start that game off, massive numbers, and they just did not keep up with anything. I don't know what's going on with the game right now. Don't care. But of course, this is your Halo Studios right here, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready, guys.
They would never have the guts to market this way in the Middle East or in any country, or China, or any country that didn't approve of this. They would never have the guts to do this. It wouldn't even be in the conversation. This is pandering. They don't believe in any of this shit.
All I'm saying is just don't get overly excited. There's truly no reason to get excited when you have activists running the company. And that's pretty much where it stands. Now, again, if you so this is the iconic cover for Halo 3, and then this is the render that they showed, and I saw.
Oh my God, I saw this. I saw that they made Master Chief fat. They made him fat. Oh my God. Everything woke turns to absolute shit. Everything woke turns to absolute mediocrity and shit.
A lot of people going crazy over this. I don't think this looks great. Now, I understand it says work in progress, so I do understand that, but just overall, I don't think this looks great.
Work in progress? What? This character has existed for 5 games and multiple films. What do you mean, work in progress? The character has been created for a decade. No.
This image, the other stuff that they showed does look cool, but Chief does not look cool right here, in my opinion. He looks cool as hell right here. But the rest of the images they showed us are pretty cool. You know, these.
He still looks fat. He still looks fat.
Look really good. And I mean, that is friggin' awesome right there. That looks fantastic. But you cannot get overly excited about this because we've been bitten way too many times as fans. Microsoft rebrands Halo developer 343 Industries to Halo Studios, announces multiple new projects are in development, and claims they are changing the recipe for new Halo games.
Yeah, here's the problem. Here's why the original Halo trilogy was really beloved by the fan base that loved it. It is a masculine story. It is a masculine story about a stoic, taciturn hero. Okay. And it is a very militaristic story. It is a militaristic, masculine story. There is zero chance that they're going to continue that tradition. Because if they were going to continue that tradition, they would never have allowed that abominable show on Paramount Plus. They just would not.
So there you go. In a post on X, the official Halo account shared a new dawn. We're entering the next chapter of the franchise and changing the recipe for how we make Halo games. Go behind the scenes with Project Foundry to explore the creative potential of Halo in Unreal Engine 5. The company then shared it was recruiting developers to join its helping bring the next generation of Halo games to life. In a YouTube video announcing the rebrand as well as the new game, it provided more details on Project Foundry's with the game's lead FX artist Daniel Henley sharing the Foundry project was an effort to show ourselves how far we can push things using Unreal 5. Studio art director Chris Matthews added, Foundry specifically is based around the same concept, the Foundry of Halo, Foundry and Halo lore. It's the place where Halo rings are born. He added, it's not a game. It's a research project for our studio so we can prepare ourselves for the next steps of gaming. They then shared the original Halo franchise was a graphic showcase. It was best in class. That's what Halo was when it first released, and that's what Halo needs to be again. When he noted the team aims to make future games into graphic showcases, Matthews told Xbox Wire the spirit of Halo is more than just visuals. It's the lore. It's the physics. He elaborated, playing as the Chief, you're this huge tank of a soldier. It's the way that he moves, he feels. We're all really obsessed about how our player or what our players love about Halo. We're constantly listening to this feedback, and that's the core of any initiative like Foundry. Or any intention that the studio has about how we move forward. Well,
I'll say one thing I really did enjoy about Halo 5 is that they added some like little fine-tuning aspects of how it feels to be a Spartan, such as you can, if you get close to the ledge, if you get close to a ledge, they'll just automatically climb up it, right? They'll scramble up it. They added like a little jetpack thing where you could charge. Just cool stuff like that. And it makes you feel superhuman. It gives you this nice set of abilities that you have. And I really enjoyed that. So I fully support, like, yes, you should make your player feel like they are a super soldier.
I can tell you one thing, okay? I can promise you this. None of your Halo players are interested in shit like this. They're just not. Okay? None of your Halo...
Even your gay or bisexual ones, for that matter.
Halo players are interested in garbage like this. So if you keep pushing this stuff out, nobody's going to play it. So you could try and do all this word salad all you want, but when you start pushing agenda-driven nonsense, it just shows that you really aren't interested in making a good video game. And I have zero faith that Halo Studios is going to do anything remotely close to getting Halo back to the glory days. I don't have any faith in them whatsoever. Can I be proven wrong? Absolutely. Would I be happy to be proven wrong? Absolutely. Do I think I'm going to be proven wrong? Absolutely not. I don't, because of the person that they have running the company right there. Chief of Staff right here, Melissa Boone, and that's her number one goal is identity politics, pronouns in bio, and if you want to prove me wrong, feel free to prove me wrong. However, I don't think you can. So that's the latest on the Halo situation right now.
Yeah, this is exactly how you get Disney Lucasfilm. This is exactly how you get stupid people who eat glue. Because she is going to be hiring a bunch of wackos who are going to be, you know, when you've got a nerd who's programming Master Chief and they're programming the dialogue and the dialogue's going to be something like, it's time to kick ass or whatever it is. And she's going to say, you know, that's awfully militaristic and aggressive. That's very heteronormative. Have you considered how that reinforces stereotypes about colonialism? And it's going to be like, no, I'm just trying to make a Master Chief game. Well, that's exactly the problem. It's your heteronormative patriarchal structure, which has indoctrinated you to not see important disparities and microaggressions toward marginalized people such as that. You're going to have to redo all of this. But I have like a really aggressive deadline, and I'm supposed to have like all of the ledge grabbing mechanics done by Monday. Well, you're not going to have time for that because we're going to have 5 sensitivity readers review all of your work, all of it. What? But what did I do? Is that a microaggression? I did not give you consent to raise your voice. It's like that. This is how this happens. My reenactment is deadly accurate, folks. Don't doubt it.
I don't think this is as big of news as other people think it is. Although, if you're excited, far be it from me to ruin your excitement. Be as excited as you want to be. We've seen franchise after franchise after franchise in the gaming industry just get destroyed by activists over and over again. So I don't anticipate that it's going to be any different for Halo. And we've seen Halo just continue to become more and more and more irrelevant as the years go by. But you guys let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you very much for checking out this video, and we will talk to you later.
Thank you, Jeremy Commander from Geeks and Gamers. A fine analysis, sir. Fine analysis indeed. Skunks LO continue to burn millions of dollars, and they will. Wrangler, Samus would wreck Master Chief, just saying. I don't know about that, Wrangler. I don't even think Shepard could defeat Master Chief. Master Chief, no. Skunks Workshop, Master Chief was my hero. I know, Skunks. I know. God, there's no substitute. You know, I talk about how Sonic the Hedgehog loves being Sonic the Hedgehog, and what I loved about Master Chief was Master Chief is what he is. It's what he is. It's what he does. It's what he lives for. He hears there's Covenant to kill. He says, which way did they go? That's just how it is. He's not sitting there crying about his freaking childhood. Starfury says, he's not better than an Ultramarine. The Flood would change universes if he came up against a Space Marine chapter. That's fair. I won't say that Master Chief or Samus Aran could defeat... Or no, I'm sorry. I would not say that Shepard or Samus Aran could defeat Master Chief, but a chapter of Space Marines could crush anything that's ever walked or crawled. Wrangler says Master Chief is no slouch, Skunks, but Samus's power scaling reaches stupid proportions. We're talking multiversal. I know, but Master Chief is lucky. He's lucky. Master Chief has been at the Twinkies, says Starfury. Yes. He's been letting himself go. It's really sad. I'm enjoying this debate immensely. Skunks Workshop says, but Wrangler, I think you underestimate his resolve and resilience. I don't disagree with you, but I also think she would find him a worthy opponent. Yeah, it's... Dude, Master Chief, there is no challenge that Master Chief is not just going to bulldoze through. Now, he couldn't defeat Galadriel. We all know that. Skunks Workshop says, it's more accurate. It's a true event. Staffhit says, what about Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines? 8'5" tall, 1,000 pounds of sheer hate for heretics. Yes! Skunk says, God, this is a great point, Skunks. Master Chief has defeated brutes bigger than that. Oh, I love this debate. Who would Master Chief? We got to make a tier list. We got to do like a tier list of like Master Chief and Samus, Shepard, Space Marines. This is why Smash Brothers is so much fun. Because at Smash Brothers, you're pitting all the Nintendo characters against each other, which is so much fun. Wrangler says, I do agree that Master Chief's resolve should not be underestimated. That is true. In fact, let's see. What do I hear? Wrangler, he's building his case. He's building his case in the Discord. Multiversal threat. Okay, we'll have to check that one out. I gotta save that one for next time. I think I have, let me see if I have this video. I enjoyed I enjoyed this scene in Halo 5 when Spartan Locke fights Master Chief. I thought it was super cool. And it was like, you really think you're going to defeat Master Chief?
Blue team, stand down.
I have a job to do.
Cortana's our concern now, sir.
Like hell she is.
Checkmate. That's game. You ain't defeating Master Chief? No chance. There is no chance. That's so awesome. I'll probably have to trim that out of the stream now. It'll hit me with copyright probably, but you know. We'll check it out. We will check out your multiverse on the next edition of the Captain's Cast Wrangler, and it will be Sunday. Sunday will be the next edition. I mean, we've had a fun one, haven't we? We just covered all the things tonight. The Captain had a long list, and I just said I'm going through all of it. I love this debate. Who would be able to defeat Master Chief? Would Samus Aran do it? I mean, she does have a lot of powers. I have to give you that. Skunks, no, dear Skunks. All good things must come to an end, but only temporarily, because we will be back next week. It's almost 5 hours, Skunks. Mr. Producer has made many mistakes for which he will apologize, but this is not one of them. The time has come. I mean, the fact that Starfyeti is still here is a small miracle. But do not blackpill, my dear Sailors and Starnauts. Remember, all this destruction of our franchises is nourishing the new generation of brilliant visionaries. A la Takashi Yamazaki, a la the creatives behind Sonic the Hedgehog. And we will be here for it to witness a new golden age, including yours truly, Wrangler, a fellow bard, Black Knight, I know you're out there somewhere, of the Star Shatter series. So we are the Swords and Starships channel. We love free speech. We love open debate. We have fun. We criticize, but at the end of the day, the internet's big enough for all of us. So until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there.